Biafrans demand for justice for Mazi Simon Ekpa, a prisoner of conscience in Finland, who is standing to save the life of his people. Justice for Simon Ekpa, justice for all Biafrans. Let us continue to demand for justice for Mazi Simon Ekpa. He is innocent and must be released unconditionally. Nigerian government is the one responsible for all atrocities happening in Biafra land. Mazi Simon Ekpa is innocent and must be released. Justice for Mazi Simon Ekpa. Justice for Biafrans.
Prime Minister. We came here, we are not allowed to talk, but they just surprised us. And we appreciate. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes.
Are the one responsible for the killing of our people.
Yes, we all know that.
I am here because of the life of my people.
Yes.
And we're not giving up.
Yes. No, never.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate, honestly.
Like and share the program as you join. Like and share the program to all platforms. Share to family and friends. Share to everyone that is close to you. Let us release the bombshell as always. Keep sharing, keep sharing, keep sharing. Don't watch alone. Don't watch alone. Invite someone to join you. You cannot watch alone. Invite someone to join us. Tap the screen if you are watching on TikTok. Tap the screen, tap the screen. If you're watching on Facebook, like and share. If you're watching on YouTube, like the program and share to all platforms. If you're watching on X, like and share. Don't watch alone. Invite someone to join you. Keep sharing, keep sharing, keep sharing. We must continue.
Let the universe bear witness to the sacred code. The ground beneath us does not yield to seasonal guests. The tenant cannot sack the landlord. The employee can never sack the employer. Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader of IPOB. His command is final.
Like the program and share it. Like and share so that the message can reach to everyone. The battle has just started. It is not yet over until it is over.
The third administration of the DOS is hereby dissolved. The sentence is passed, your names are permanently erased. Chikaedozi, you are sacked. Tony Surumike, you are sacked. Austin Akpagin, you are sacked. Kuya Forma, you are sacked. Isaiah Uba,
You are sacked.
Collins Chinedu, you are sacked. Gina Zanworo, you are sacked. Fidali Sejoku, you are sacked. Chirin Manworo, Juliet Edward Filatro, you are sacked. You are indefinite.
Like and share the live program to other people.
You are Nigerian agents.
If If you're watching on TikTok, tap the screen, help us to tap the screen so that others can be invited. You're watching on Facebook, like the program and share it. You're watching on YouTube, like and share. If you are watching on X, like and share the program.
They thought darkness could hide the shadows of greed. They forgot the soil remembers every treacherous deed. After the illegal extraction, when the leader was taken away, the enemies of the struggle came out to play. Governor David Mahi paid $500,000 of blood money bribe to buy cars for the scholars of shame. Cash sabotaged the leaders and traded the crown, private media houses just to tear the leaders' legacy down. But the truth is a rock, it crushes the hand that betrays. But in the darkest hour, the true guardian stood high, refusing to let the message of restoration die. We lift our voices to honor the ones who defended the light, the shield of the truth. In the dead of the night, thank you, Biafra, thank God, media for standing so bold, for ensuring the untold the truth was always told. Salute the dedicated souls of heaven, standing the test. Salute to the rising sun, healing and blessed, and the ambassador for self-determination marching ahead, keeping the fire burning for the living and the dead. Defended the leader, you shielded the name from the stain. Oh, whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say goes. Whatever the supreme leader says. Oh. The fourth Dawes is here, working with global power to heal the land. The genocide must stop, the boss has spoken. Victory is absolute.
Like and share the program to all platforms, share to family and friends, invite people to join us as we start this program. Before we kick off, share. If you have not shared, share the video. Like, invite someone before we kick off. Send out your invitation. Subscribe if you have not done so.
In the silence of the night, we still call your name. Through the storm and the struggle, we carry your flame. Though the walls may be high and the chains may be strong, your voice echoes louder every freedom song. Look, we remember your courage, we remember your stand. For the people, for the future, for the promised land. Even when you're not here, your spirit still leads. In the hearts of the people, in our words and deeds. Oh, we no go tire, we no go fall. Through the fire, we stand tall. We know He will be free. Oh yeah, in our hearts, in our dreams, we believe. Simon Ekpa, we call your name. Born for the struggle, born for the flame. We know He will be free. One day, through the night, we go see better day. We miss your voice, your guiding light. But your spirit keeps the fire burning bright. From the streets to the villages, the message go round. Every voice, every soul in a freedom sound. No prison can silence what the truth has begun. Like the rising of the moon and the shining of the sun. Hey, they can try to hold you down, but they don't understand. This is bigger than a man, it's the cry of a lion. From the learners to the youth, everybody knows freedom is a seed and it's already grown. Oh, we go rise again, we don't go fail through the pain. Your voice we hear. We know He will be free. Oh yeah. In our hearts, in our dreams, we believe. Simon Ekpa, we call your name. Born for the struggle, born for the flame. We know He will be free. One day, through the night, we gonna see better day. We miss your voice, your guiding light. But your spirit is the fire burning bright. Even in absence, you're never gone. In every prayer, in every song, your strength lives on, your fire remains. Breaking the silence, breaking the day. Sunshine, freedom, freedom, we cry. Freedom, freedom, we rise. We know He will be free. Oh yeah. In our hearts, in our dreams, we believe. Simon Ekpa, we call your name. Born for the struggle, born for the flame. We know He will be free. One day, through the night, we gonna see better days. We need your presence.
Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile, onye ebere ya na ngọzi ya na-adịgide mara oge ebighị ebi. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya mazụrụ ihe niile, onye dị ngọzi site n'ebighị ebi na ruo n'ebighị ebi, nke mere ndị bụ o ji wee na-eti ya na ọ bụ naanị ya dị ebighị ebi. Nna ndị nsọ, onye anyị dabere, anyị na-akpọkọ aha nsọ gị n'uhuruchi ụtụtụ ehihie abalị, n'ihi na ụmụ gị gbasasịrị ka ụkpaka ụwa niile wee na-agwa gị na mma gị na ebere gị, amara gị na ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị nọ. Ka iru gị weta n'ebe anyị nọ ka iwe mee n'anya anyị niile akụsiri ike sị ka ha arabụ ndị niile ka ha wetagide anyị na nke kwere dị ngozi n'aka nsị dị etu aka maka ọnwụ, na ka ha arabụ imirikiti bụ ndị gụrụ wee sị na Biafra agaghị abịa, ndị dị etu agaghị adị, n'ihi na ọ bụ gị onwe gị bụ onye kpebiri na Biafra ga-abịarịrị. Ọ bụghị mmadụ, ọ bụ naanị okwu Chineke, ọ bụ naanị ka anyị na-efe wee na-aja mma. Na o nweghị ihe ọzọ ga-eme ka igwe nye anyị Biafra wee n'ihi na anyị anaghị efe arụsị, anyị anaghị efe akpụkpọ ahụ na nke bụ, anyị anaghị efe arụsị ọbụla apịrị apị. O nweghị ihe ọbụla bụ nke aka mmadụ mere na nke igwe nke anyị na isi ala. Ọ bụ ihe ka anyị ji wee na-asị ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke na nke bụ, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ ezi. Ọ gbalịrị ka anyị na-arị otu ka anyị na-etobe nsọpụrụ ka anyị na-asọpụrụ. Anyị wee na-asị gị nna ndị nsọ, biko elekọta ụmụ gị bụ ndị ha ibi obi n'ụwa niile, ezinụlọ Biafra ebe ọbụla ha nọ na nke ebe, ka ngọzi gị wee chọta ha, ka i wee were anya ngọzi nke gị wee lekwasị ndị gị etu a, n'ihi na ndị iro karịrị akarị. Lekọ ebe niile na igwe ka ndị iro wetiri ụmụ gị webe ahụ, kama na anyị gbara mmeri bụ nke anyị, n'ihi na Biafra bụ ihe kwụrụ anyị na ọ gakarịrị na mgbe nke anyị nọ. Ọ bụ n'elu mkpa nke ikwere anyị ka anyị bụkwasịrị okwu wee na-akụkọ ha nsọ wee n'abalị ha, wee na-asị na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe mmiri. Ka mara gị na ebere gị ịma mma gị na ọmịiko igwe ezu n'ime ndụ anyị, ka i weleta ezinụlọ ka anyị bi bụ ndị gị onwe gị rụpụtara sị na ha ga-agara gị ozi, ha ga-agbasa ozi ọma nke gị na nke igwe, nke ga-eme ka alaeze gị wee site n'igwe lọta n'elu ụwa nta, ka ụwa niile wee mee ka ọgwụ wee si n'ezie n'ezie na ọ Biafra bụ Chineke. Anyị wee na-edebe obodo na-aja gị na ngozi ha nsọrọ na asụsụ na asọpụrụ gị eji amara iwe mbuli elu niile ga-abụ nke na-adịghị ụgwọ mara obodo gị nke a na-agụ ise ise ise, the very language of heaven itself. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us on today's program. I appreciate every one of you that has connected wherever you're connecting from. Please kindly like and share the program. Like and share the program to all platforms. Like and share to family and friends. Like and share to your neighbors. Those that have questions, those that agree with us and those that do not agree, those that have a superior argument, please like and share to them before we start the program. It is very important. Like and share to them before we start the program officially. It is important because everyone is supposed to be carried along. We need to understand each other. Gone are the days when we run away from each other. Gone are the days when we create unnecessary barriers. Gone are the days when we focus our attention on things that do not matter. Wherever you are, and you believe in our eternal leader, Dim Odumewu, you believe in our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you believe in our prime minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, like and share this program. Everywhere where the name is mentioned, share this program in those platforms to family and friends, because this very morning we are going to touch a very important issues. The Biafra restoration has just begun. The battle have just started. Some of you thought it's over. It is not yet over. We are just beginning. Before we commence this program and continue, I want to inform everyone that is watching this program that in this platform, we do not come here to instigate violence. We don't come to this platform to preach hate. We do not come here to attack people or individuals. We do not come here to attack any race or religion. We are here to present Biafra to the world as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. What we do in this platform is to present Biafra to the world in its light and let them know exactly what Biafra is and what it looks like. That is why we are here this morning. When we say Biafra is the only remedy, we are not looking down in other tribes and regions in Nigeria. They have the right to whatever they want to do with themselves. If they choose to remain in the Zoological Republic, it is their choice. We respect that. And they should equally respect our right for self-determination. That is what we are saying in this platform. In our own dialect, we say, live and let's live. Blikambli. That is what we mean when we say Biafra is the only remedy. Once Biafra is free, every indigenous section will be free. The Arewa will be free. The Middle Belts will be free. The Oduduwa land will be free. Everybody will be free on their own to do what they want, how they want it. We have just concluded the case of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa in Finland. So many of us, Biafrans, we are there live in Finland. I can bet you we have more attendance inside the court than we even have in the case of Mazi Nnamdi in Nigeria. You know, Nigeria, a very corrupt country, an illegal country. They restrict the number of people that entered into the court to witness the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa is higher than the number of Biafrans that entered to see the case of Mazi Nnamdi. That has a lesson, that has a message to pass. And that is why I appreciate every single person that made it to Finland. I don't care the group you belong. I don't care what is your purpose of coming. I do not care about whatever agenda you have. I appreciate everybody that added to the number, because 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 1 is 3, 3 + 1 is 4. If you remove 1 from 4, it becomes 3. So every single person that went to Finland counts. I appreciate every one of you, regardless what your opinion might be, regardless your agenda, your idea, or what you have done there. I know some of us are emotional, and some of us went out of line, out of emotion. They said what they're not supposed to say, they did what they're not supposed to do, they display what they're not supposed to do. In all of that, I appreciate everybody. Now that the case is over, And many of us have returned home safely. We say, may the name of Chukwu Okike Abiama be blessed. We thank Chukwu Okike Abiama because we did not hear any bad news of anybody who did not get home. Everyone that attended that test have arrived to their destination safe and sound and returned to their job. It is a thing of thanks. And that is what you see. That is why you can never compare Nigeria or Europe with Africa. They are light and day. When it comes to humanity, when it comes to the rule of law, if this were to be in Nigeria, you know, in Nigeria, when the case of Nnamdi Kanu is called up, Biafrans find it difficult to go back to their states after the case. After the case, you will be hearing of arrest, kidnap, attack, police extortion. That is what you hear in Nigeria. But look at the case of Simon Ekpa, that people flew from all parts of the world, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, Asia, many places. They flew into Finland to attend that case, and they will all have the opportunity to be in the court and witness the case with their own eyes and hear with their own ears. And after the case, everybody returned to their base, safe and sound. There was no encounter. We did not hear that police arrested anybody. We didn't hear that anybody was extorted. Even when there were arguments among our people, we did not hear that anybody was arrested. Somebody called police for somebody informed for somebody. We didn't hear such a thing. It didn't happen. There was law and order. This is the kind of thing we want to see in Biafra land. This is the level of sanity we want to see in Biafra land. That people can be safe, sound, able to express themselves at any given opportunity, at any given time, whenever they want it. This is the typical example of what Nigeria looks like. You know, the battle have just begun. This is the typical. Look at the case of Simon Ekpa. People flee in for the part of the world. Today, everybody have returned back to their base, safe and sound. There was no record of anybody missing, no record of any arrest, no record of any injury, no record of any extortion. But if you are to be in Nigeria, every single time Nnamdi Kanu appears in the court, there will be an attack against the Biafrans by the government of Nigeria, the security. There will be extortion. In fact, some people will find it difficult to go back to their bases. Some will just go to the hotel and calm down until the situation is a little bit calm before they can now travel to their bases. Some are even kidnapped on their way home. And this is why we will never, nothing on the planet Earth will make us to remain in the zoological republic of Nigeria. It is impossible. No sane people, no sane and sound man or woman will see what is happening, comparison between light and day, and you choose to be in darkness. Except you're not sane. We thank Chukwu Okike Abiama for the safe departure of all Biafrans and arrival to their various destinations. May Chukwu Okike Abiama be blessed. As they have arrived, every one of us, people have arrived home. Now we are waiting for September. September to hear the result of every effort we have put forward. The result of every effort every Biafra have put. This case is not about Simon Ekpa. I have said it countless times. It is not just about Simon Ekpa. This case has everything to do with every single one of us, from A to Z. More especially those of us living in diaspora and you are agitating. If you are living in diaspora in any part of the world, more especially in Europe, this case has everything to do with you. It will determine your faith in agitation. It will determine your freedom of speech. It will determine your right to demand for self-determination. And the entire world is watching. The entire world is paying attention to hear what is going to be the outcome. That is why every one of us should pay attention. We are waiting for September. The date was not given. Whenever the result comes, we are going to embrace it and face it. And before then, we must continue to prepare ourselves. This is not the time to say, oh, the court is over. Let me go back to attacking my brother or my sister, engaging in saga, abusing somebody. No, this is the time for us to do it. Let me tell you, I will continue to say this every time I come online, that public opinion, public perspectives has a lot to do with the case of Simon Ekpa. Unfortunately, was it just yesterday or the day before yesterday? BBC finally wrote about the case of Simon Ekpa. And you see how BBC reported it. BBC reported this, and what they said was that the prosecutor was asking for a higher sentence for Simon Ekpa. They intentionally put that very language to change the narrative and draw the attention of people to something different. Instead of focusing on the real issue, how the case was handled on the lower court and the argument that was made. They highlighted what the prosecutor was pushing. That is what they highlighted, that the prosecutor is pushing for a higher sentence. That was what the BBC broadcasted. I tell you, public opinion has issue. And before they will do anything in the openly, before there will be any pronunciation, before they do all their plan, every government does it. They will first of all create an atmosphere in the public that will determine, and they will watch and see how people will digest the information that they are bringing. This is the time for us to create a narrative that is going to be favorable to the result we want. This is the time we have to create a narrative that's going to create a favorable atmosphere for us as Biafra and for Simon Ekpa and the lawyer, the judge, to be able to deliver his judgment accordingly. Don't go to sleep. This is the time to begin to reveal every single atrocities of Nigeria that is still going on, even as we speak. This is the time to begin to visit every single atrocities of Nigeria and continue to play them out, make them go viral. Those who are responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria, the involvement of Nigerian government in insecurity, this is the time to pump it into the media. Let them see it. Let the world see it and begin the debate. Let the debate start. This is the debate. The world, the people that are managing Nigeria, the people that are manipulating Nigeria don't want that debate to come out. They don't want the debate of the involvement of Nigerian government in the insecurity to come out. That is why they cage the case of Simon Ekpa. They don't speak about it. They don't report it. They don't talk about it. They make it to go silent. But I thank Chuks for social media. Let us utilize our social media handles appropriately. This is the next phase of the job that is in your hand, in my hand. The job that we are supposed to do, whether you like it or you don't like it, except you don't want your freedom. The case is not yet over. This is a very delicate time. When the judge is preparing to deliver the judgment, the judge is not taking decision alone. I bet you there will be pressure from all different directions. He is going to look at so many things. Many people are going to reach out to him. There are so many this is a period of incubation for the judgment to come out. Things can change in the last minute. That is why it is important we keep the tempo. Continue to expose the atrocities of Nigerian government, their involvement in insecurity. Every single information you get, both informations coming from Amnesty International, we must continue to make it go viral. As we speak, there are, just like the videos I played yesterday, all those information that are coming from investigations showing that Nigerian government is fully involved in everything terrorism in Nigeria, actively. And when we say Nigeria, it involves Biafra land, because I tell you, Nigerian terrorist government are still in occupation of our land. They are still the one managing the affairs in Biafra land. You can't deny that. So when you hear a news on terrorism in Nigeria, involvement of Nigerian government in terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria, Biafra land is involved, because they are the people still administrating issues in our land. Our land is still under occupation. So whatever is happening to Nigeria is happening in Biafra land, mostly in Biafra land. But of course, you know, the reports are not going to say Biafra land. They are going to use Nigeria. This is the time for us to make those information to go viral. Just like the recent summit, bring back the video of the summit that was held in Imo State, where a general stood up and told the whole world the cause of the insecurity in the southeast. The general made it open that more than 5,000 Igbo youths have been murdered in cold blood. More than 5,000. He did not say 5,000 terrorists. He did not say 5,000 criminals. He did not say 5,000 kidnappers. These are 5,000 innocent youths of Igbo extraction. And thousands of them are in various prisons. Thousands of them are in various prisons. Not because they committed offense, not because they kidnapped, not because they killed anybody, not because many of them were not even members of IPOB. But they have been locked up in various prisons in Nigeria without any single person going for them. Without anybody going to ask about them. That video is online. The last Southeast Security Summit that was held, a general, if there is anybody that should know more information about Nigeria, it is a general, a retired general. And he was calling on the governors, the politicians, to do something about it. And before he started, he said, nobody wants to speak about this issue, but I will say it. That was what the general said. I have played the video here over and over again. We must continue to make such video go viral. While Finland is busy over there and continue to ask, the idea seeking for people causing insecurity in Biafra land. In Southeast Summit, a general is telling them that Nigerian government is the one responsible, pointing out critical information, views, points, evidence, verifiable evidence. We must continue to push that out. Look at the recent summit that was held in Abuja of a few days ago. In that Abuja, their social media influencer, very dark man, came out and said that there is nothing like unknown gunmen, that the police is unknown gunmen, the army is unknown gunmen, the custom is unknown gunmen. Every forces in Nigeria, they are the one that makes up the unknown gunmen, and they are the one benefiting from the insecurity in Nigeria. You see, the Chuks have made these things easy. It has gotten to the level that the voices that are loud and speaking today is not even the voice of Biafrans. It is not Biafra. The people that are speaking today are not even Biafrans. I played that video yesterday. These are the videos we are supposed to be making go viral. We are supposed to be making the world see this in their own country, in their own zoological republic, in their own zoo. I want you to watch and see for yourself what is happening in the zoological republic.
Terrorist is your government. Yes. The people in government are the terrorists. So how can you say that you want to fight terrorism when the terrorists are in the villa? And the terrorists are running the government.
The person that is saying this thing is not an Igbo man. He's not a Biafran person. He's not Nnamdi Kanu. He's not an agitator. This man in a national TV in Nigeria is telling Finland what the people that are responsible for the insecurity. This man is boldly in Nigeria, in national television, telling the whole world the people responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria. And Finland is busy. Finland is busy holding Simon Ekpa responsible. Finland did not come to Nigeria to investigate. Finland did not send their own investigator to Nigeria. Finland relied on information given to them by the same terrorists, the same people that are terrorizing people, the same people that are responsible for the terrorism. They are the ones giving information to Finland. And they did not come to investigate. It is a shame, a very big shame. And I want us to hear this. Listen to this in Nigeria. Listen to what he's saying.
The terrorist is your government. Yes. The people in government are the terrorists. So how can you say that you want to fight terrorism when the terrorists are in the villa? And the terrorists are running the government. And the terrorists are the one in Savara using terrorism to mine gold and use the gold to fund campaign and become chairman of campaign.
Did you hear that? When a court in Canada said that every ruling party in Nigeria is a terrorist organization, some say it's a blackmail, they say it's a propaganda. A legitimate court in Canada. You know, one thing with foreign countries, they are not like African countries where people can just come out and say anything. In developed countries, in first world countries, whatever people say, they can defend it anywhere, any day. They don't just come in and say things about, more especially about another nation. They will go to extra mile to defend it. And they must have seen something before they say it. Canadian government said every ruling party in Nigeria is a terrorist organization. And people thought it was an overstatement. Today, even inside Nigeria, testimony of their terrorism is coming from Nigerians themselves. Look at it. This man is speaking from Nigeria. Even the presenter at the stage become afraid.
You are there, you don't want to recognize that. You don't know that it is those who work in security and those who are in government who are the beneficiary of this kidnapping money.
Oh.
You don't know this. You went attaching all kind of drama here. Let me put that clear. I understand, but no, don't start with time to time.
You see, they want to stop him. A country that does not want to see truth, they don't want you to see. If you speak the truth, you are in trouble in Nigeria. Look at a man in their national TV telling them to their face the cost of insecurity. You want to stop insecurity? He is telling you the cost and where to start. The presenter is scared of his life. Of course, NBC will sanction him. They are trying to stop the man from speaking. But the man has already released the bomb. He has already released the bomb. And there is no way Finland is out there. What I'm saying, is it that Finland is not paying attention to what's happening in Nigeria? All they pay attention to is the contract they have with the Nigerian government. By the way, why must you have such a devilish contract with a devilish country, a terrorist country? Because if Finland is paying attention that all these videos have been played since yesterday are things that happened recently in Nigeria, where people in that same Nigeria is testifying that the government is the one responsible for every terrorism in the Zoological Republic.
The terrorist is your government. Yes. The people in government are the terrorists.
100%.
So how can you say that you want to fight terrorism when the terrorists are the villains? And the terrorists are running the government. And the terrorists are the one in Savara using terrorism to mine gold. And use the gold to fund campaign and become chairman of campaign. Okay. And you are there, you don't want to recognize that. You don't know that it is those who work in security and those who are in government who are the beneficiary of this kidnapping money. All right. You don't know this. You were attaching all kind of drama here.
Allow him to speak.
Yeah. I understand. But no, don't
you don't understand.
You didn't give to time earlier. Let us respect the rules. No, I did. You did not have counted. I did. So the point I'm making is this. Let us make it clear. Yes. What is clear today, if you want to know the truth. If you remove these politicians who you keep re-electing, they will go away and their terrorist partners will go away. If you keep re-electing them, the terrorists will continue because they and the terrorists are in partnership. Okay. And if you are talking of fiscal, okay, in Buhari's government, let me tell you something clearly. In Buhari's government, and some members of that government are here. When they were leaving, in addition to all the stealing, theft, and all of that, they left 33.7 trillion in money they printed without appropriation of National Assembly. And they used all that money to buy dollars at official rate from Emefiele and call themselves to trillionaires.
Imagine.
So, and all of that money, substantial part of it was taken in the name of security. Therefore, in conclusion, yes, your government is more terroristic.
Exactly.
The government of Afghanistan. So that is why you are under terrorism. Yes. But
this was a bombshell. Face to face inside Nigeria. The only terrorist that anybody can talk about in this world is the government of Nigeria. And that is why I don't know why the West is not grateful to Biafra. I don't know why the West is not grateful to Biafra. The terrorist that the world is supposed to be afraid of today is Nigerian government. A government that can be able to sponsor anything that money can buy, including dangerous weapons, including instruments of mass destruction. They can buy it. This is the government that the world is supposed to be afraid of. And that is the government that Nnamdi Kanu want to end. That is the government that Simon want to end. But the people that Nnamdi Kanu and Simon is fighting for are the people today joining that same government to hold them back. Look at Finland. Finland of all people. A very wonderful country that people know them for their human rights, know them for their rule of law. I have just spoken about the case of Simon Ekpa and how Biafrans went there successfully, went there and come back. We didn't hear any record of any embarrassment or any harassment from anywhere. But for economic interest, they decided to begin to deal with terrorist organization in Nigeria. And when I say Finland is dealing with terrorist organization, it is not an accusation. A court in Finland, a court in Canada has said it, that every political party in Nigeria is a terrorist organization. So whenever you are dealing with Nigeria, you are dealing with a terrorist organization. It is a fact. It is a fact. Because of economic interest, even Donald Trump, United States is today dealing with a terrorist country. Nigeria. Indirectly dealing with a terrorist country. Because of economic interest. Their terrorism is confirmed. Citizens in their country are openly calling it out, spelling it out and telling it. In case you don't know, they say it openly. And yet, some people think this is just noise making. They think we just come and talk because we want to talk. When we talk, we bring you evidence. We bring evidence to substantiate everything we are saying and to make it clearer to those who have closed their eyes to the truth. We throw the truth before your own eyes. Whether you like it or you don't like it, you must see that truth staring at you. The terrorism of Nigeria is not hidden. How can anybody be accusing a Biafran of terrorism when the state is the one terrorizing? Even Al Jazeera, in one of their reports, showed it live. Nigerian terrorism during the time of Muhammadu Buhari. It didn't start today. Al Jazeera carried it.
Let's also look at another problem that seems to be emerging under your presidency. You've only been in power 9 months, but this problem in the southeast of the country. We're seeing the Indigenous Peoples Organization of Biafra, IPOB. They are protesting peacefully for the most part on a regular basis. And there has been video, I could show you some video that's been posted of a very...
No, thank you.
This was the video of the massacre, genocide of the Biafrans that Al Jazeera presented to Buhari. Buhari could not look at it. Where was Finland when Buhari was conducting genocide in Biafra land? Does it mean that Finland only knew about the insecurity in Nigeria from 2021? If Finland knew insecurity in Biafra land from 2021, that means they are not worthy. They are not worthy to look into that case. They don't have jurisdiction to try the case of Simon Ekpa. They don't have the jurisdiction to try anything that has to do with insecurity. If only they knew about insecurity in Nigeria from 2021. This was Al Jazeera showing the genocide in Biafra land conducted by Nigerian government.
These are the images the president didn't want to see. They're on the internet and we can't verify exactly what they show, but it appears as though security forces were shooting at unarmed protesters in the southeastern state of Abia. This is footage I can't personally verify, but it looks as though the security forces have gone in very heavy-handedly shooting, and there were reported to be 7 deaths. I'm wondering, how are you planning to deal with this issue of Biafra? You, of course, have first-hand experience.
30 months ago, at least 2 million Nigerians were killed. And for somebody to wake up, maybe he wasn't born when there was a fighting in Biafra and said he wants Biafra again. We have multi-party democracy system now. Let them organize themselves and vote to have a state within a state.
Did you hear Buhari? Buhari defended the genocide against us, and what he said was we should go and organize ourselves. And that very statement, go and organize yourself, that is what Mazi Simon Ekpa is doing. Why will Finland now begin to prosecute Simon Ekpa for heeding to the advice of the president of Nigeria to go and organize Biafrans if they want the state? Buhari said it in his own word. If they want their own state, they should go and organize themselves and demand for a state in the state. And that thing that he said here is what Mazi Simon Ekpa put in words, in action. Mazi Simon Ekpa, after the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the one that was supposed to carry this mission out. But they saw Mazi Nnamdi Kanu movement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, remember, he told us to engage in 150 days prayer. So many of us have forgotten. So many of you out there have forgotten. And so many of you can remember. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told us to start 150 days prayer, after that prayer, we will march. After that prayer, we will march. Then there was a preparation. The liberation, the ESN already there. The march into our promised land will start after the 150 days prayer. But before we could finish that prayer, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. They truncated that move to organize ourselves and demand for a state, as Buhari said. And Mazi Simon Ekpa took up the mission. Mazi Simon Ekpa passed through the whole processes. Mazi Simon Ekpa passed through all the processes. Created the Liberation Army, created the Navy, created the Air Force, created the government in the homeland. He went ahead to conduct self-referendum to get the mandate from the people. Mazi Simon Ekpa conducted self-referendum. We had convention in Finland. Finland authority knew that we were having convention. In that convention, Mazi Simon Ekpa sent invitation to all the politicians in Nigeria. Open invitation. He even promised to pay their tickets if they want to attend the convention in Finland. Remember, Buhari said, go and organize yourself. Mazi Simon Ekpa organized the Biafran people, conducted self-referendum with evidence, online and offline. People in the homeland and abroad participated. And in that self-referendum, more than 60 million Biafrans voted to get out of Nigeria. That was the mandate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu spoke about, that he will not declare Biafra except mandate is given to him by Biafrans. Biafrans were up to 80 million and more than 60 million voted yes. What are you waiting for? Mazi Simon Ekpa did excellently well, that even if Nigerian governments wanted peace or they wanted to do something legitimate the way it's supposed to be, when they see that Mazi Simon had done self-referendum, they should have conducted theirs. If they did not want to approve his, conduct theirs and compare. They did not. Mazi Simon Ekpa started the process of declaration. He followed every single step that had to be followed according to international law. According to Montevideo Convention laws, Mazi Simon Ekpa followed every procedure that needed to be followed to create a nation. Before the declaration, he informed Finland government officially. He informed their police officially. I played the video here. What he said, they told him when he wanted to go, when he was preparing for the declaration. I played a video of what Mazi Simon Ekpa said that the police told him when he told them that Biafrans are coming to Finland to declare Biafra. They told him, you know, this is going to bring international attention. He said, yes, I know. They said, you know, that this thing is going to attract the attention of the president of Finland. He said, yes, I know. That's what I want. If he doesn't, that means I'm not doing the right thing. He did not do anything in secret. He followed every legal process according to international law. And what did Nigeria do? Nigeria, as always, went through the backyard, connived, and brought allegations, brought fake informations, brought lies against Mazi Simon Ekpa, went through Finland, contracted some people and companies to formulate non-existent issues. They used the DOS, the ex-DOS, to create false flags and blame it on Mazi Simon Ekpa. And they used that to prosecute Mazi Simon Ekpa in the lower court of Finland and gave him 6 years, took him out of the way. And they truncated that thing that Buhari said we cannot do. That if we want a nation, we should go and organize ourselves. While we were organizing ourselves, they attacked again. And today, that same Finland today, on their PK court, Simon Ekpa have put everything on the table for them, reminded them of things that they have done and pretend they didn't know. And the whole world is watching for what is going to be the outcome. Look at one of the terrorists they are looking for, Buhari, late Buhari. The orchestrator of terrorism, look at him. The man that led the python dance that took the life of 28 men, innocent men, unarmed in the home of Martin Nnamdi, 28, and Jack the dog was killed. The man that led to the death of the parents of Martin Nnamdi, the man that led the death of thousands of Biafrans on different mass graves during the python dance. Look at him in Al Jazeera. When they wanted to show me the video, he didn't want to look at it. And he posted and said, we should go and organize ourselves. While we are organizing ourselves, they struck. And yet, where was Finland when all this was going on? I am asking, where was Finland when all this were going on? Where was Finland? If Finland does not know these things where they are going, that means they have no right. They have no right. They have no jurisdiction to try Mazi Simon Ekpa. They have no right whatsoever to try Mazi Simon Ekpa.
Didn't want to see. They're on the internet, and we can't verify exactly what they show, but it appears as though security forces were shooting at unarmed protesters in the southeastern state of Abia. Listen, footage I can't personally verify, but it looks as though the security forces have gone in very heavy-handedly shooting, and there were reported to be 7 deaths. I'm wondering how are you planning to deal with this issue of Biafra? You, of course, have first-hand experience.
A terrorist country that has always been led by terrorists. And today, an innocent man, a Finnish citizen, who have served Finland in different capacity, a man that has served Finland on different level today, they are putting him forward, questioning him about insecurity. That the answer is already out, staring at everybody. Why has Finland ignored the insecurity that has been happening in Nigeria for many years? At what point did Finland suddenly wake up to begin to talk about Nigeria and begin to work hand in hand with Nigeria? What transpired? What happened? What happened? That is the question we're asking. What went wrong? What went wrong? And I bet you we will never stop asking these questions. We will never, ever stop asking these questions, because these questions are crying for answers. These questions are crying for answers. There is no way any sensible person can be working with a terrorist country like Nigeria, defending it or standing in it. No sensible person does that. And that will take me to Dr. Mazanga. As I tell you people, this is the time for us. Biafra need visibility. The Biafra today need visibility more than ever. We have talked to ourselves. It is no longer about Nigeria. It is anything you will do to draw international attention, do it. Enough talking about all these idiots in Nigeria. And I want to bring the last submission of Mazanga. After the closing of the case of Simon Ekpa, let us listen to the last submission of Mazanga. Then we can draw some lessons from there. Let us listen to the last submission of Dr. Mazanga. After the closure of the case of Simon Ekpa, Dr. Mazanga made a very pronounced speech. Let us listen to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. For the last 3 weeks, we have helped to bring out evidence that shows that the laws of red flag as enshrined in the European provision were violated. I have done my best to research, to bring technical evidence to show that these laws were violated by the Finnish government in terms of collection of intelligence, in terms of corroboration of intelligence, in terms of giving the proper picture, the version, what happened. It is for this matter that today, as I speak to you, our concluding remarks seek for acquittal. We are placed in evidence for acquittal. Whatever happens out of this court, some of us have already moved on our own as interested parties to the court in Strasbourg. We shall move. If any judge does not listen to the principles of red flag laws that govern Europe, then I will walk out with Mr. Simon, find a way out to go back to Finland. We shall win the case. We have hope that justice will be done in this court. We have hope that justice will come. We have done our best as a volunteer of the voiceless across the world. I have no regrets for what I've done for these people, for the people of Biafra, the people southeast of Nigeria, over 100 million people marginalized, slaughtered day in, day out by terrorists, jihadists, ISIS, slaughtering Christians, while people drink, relax, enjoy, and share wealth of oil that comes from the same Christian homes. It is sad.
Very sad.
And I don't know why elders like Obasanjo cannot stand up in Africa and speak their minds. If they fear to speak, for us we shall speak our minds. This continent needs better people, better country, better generations, so that we leave it as we go towards the Maker. One day, we leave it for the better generation, and the generation will find some peace in it. I want to thank all of you who have supported us in this case, technical, and I want to pass one word that the world, especially Africa, needs people like Oraro Tunu. Oraro Tunu, the Ugandan diplomat, a very great guy, a man who loves human rights. He hates human rights abuses. A man who can bring back Africa. A man who can bring back the world. Multilateralism is dead. Every collection center is dead. Fought for Oraro Tunu. Meanwhile, let me begin on that journey. I will brief you more on the situation of ICC and other things like International Criminal Court that I see people talking about. We have to be very careful and understand now. I know this court better than anyone else who pretends to know it now. I know it and I know how it operates. Americans used it to harass Africans at that time, to police Africa. Railbag and other people used it in Kenya to do so. They used it in Bashir's case. They used it in Libyan case. They used it in South African case. They used it in Babco versus Quatana. They have used it in DRC Congo, Thomas Rwanda, Bemba, Pierre Bemba. They have used it in several places in Uganda. We found a mistake. And for us Ugandans, I want to thank President Museveni. We corrected it. We rejected ICC intervention and I corrected the mess ourselves. I want to say, take my policy, use my policy. The redemption strategy is the best way. Masanga's redemption strategy can make it. If you bring in Orlando too, the world will have peace. We'll have no human rights abuses. There will be a determination, determined United Nations. It's is the only one who can unite the United Nations today because it is separated. 2 countries versus 3. Says United Nations back by voting. And let's form a court in Finland here now where we free Simon Ekpa. If it doesn't, I have other medicines to go ahead until I free. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. That was Dr. Mazanga's message, his last message. And Dr. Mazanga have left Finland. He's no longer in Finland. He is not in Finland as of now. I think he has left Finland. And even before he left Finland, he left some messages. And this was one of the messages he made broadcast before he left. He's not in Finland as of now, but he is making a great difference. Dr. Mazanga played a very major role in information and visibility of the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa. Each time I talk about visibility, some of us underestimate it, but it is important because the narrative out there could either help Mazi Simon Ekpa or deepen the sorrow, or help Biafra or deepen the sorrows of Biafra. So when the world is aware and the world is speaking about an issue, it will be almost impossible for anybody to present something different. That is why it is important, whenever something is going on, the visibility matters so that people can debate it. The public can begin to talk about it. The public can continue to speak about that issue. Because the more the public discusses, the more the truth is revealed. The more the public discusses, the more difficult it is for people to manipulate. No matter how they try, it will become more difficult for them to manipulate. That is where you see them begin to surrender. That is where you see them begin to hands off. So it is very important in most cases that when a case of this capacity is ongoing, you push it out there so that like-minded intellectuals will be talking about it, speaking about it, arguing about it, because that argument and the public speech has a lot to do to direct the judge on what to do, on how to go. And that was the role Mazanga played very, very well in this very case. He played it very, very well, and I was very happy for everything he has done. You and I today have a responsibility. You and I have a responsibility. And if you and I do not know the responsibility we have, that means we don't know what you are doing. So for some of ignorant ones, I see many people who are very ignorant. There are many people who are ignorant. Many people who are ignorant. The reason Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to Mazanga for the first place is to bring visibility to the case of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to Dr. Mazanga's platform for visibility. He did not go there to promote Mazanga. He went there to bring visibility to himself and to Biafra struggle. Mazi Simon Ekpa also, during his time, went to that platform for visibility. And Dr. Mazanga promised them that he is going to support the cause of Biafra and support them as individuals in this cause. And Dr. Mazanga himself, his daughter is married to a Biafran. So Biafra issue has a lot to do with him. When this case come, he did everything he was doing voluntarily. Nobody paid him. Nobody paid paid him. And there is no way you can take away his effort in this very case of Mazi Simon Ekpa and throw it dustbin. Some people out of ignorance, and like somebody I see who is writing on the comment section now, you won't even have the boldness. If you have the boldness, if you have the boldness, ask for link. I will send you a link to come and tell me the accusation or what you can say that Dr. Mazanga have done wrong. The only thing that is making some of you to speak against Dr. Mazanga is because of your little brain, because of your little mind, because of your irresponsible mind and your group mentality. You cage your life, your mentality, your thinking, your thought into a group. And because you saw that somebody was promoting the cause of Masanga, what he was doing, you don't even care whether he's doing right or wrong. Because the person you do not like is promoting Masanga, then you have to condemn Masanga by all means. You are an idiot. You are an idiot. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. If you are condemning Masanga and what he did, you are an idiot. You know nothing. Masanga built his platform not because of Biafra. His platform had been there before Mazi Simon came into the struggle. His platform had been there before Mazi Nnamdi came in. Mazi Nnamdi went to his platform to seek for visibility for Biafra. Mazi Simon Ekpa went to his platform to seek for visibility for Biafra. And he came in when they had a problem to give visibility to their case. You think visibility is coming to shout and talk? This is we are doing on program. When I come here to talk, you come on comment section, you'll be writing nonsense. You think it's visibility? You think visibility is open YouTube channel? Open YouTube channel, go to Facebook and go to Twitter and begin to write nonsense. There are people that intellectuals listen to. There are people that there are some platforms that intellectuals go to and listen to. There are some platforms that intellectuals go to and they listen. Governors go there. Presidents go to their platform and they listen. They host program and invite intellectuals. So many of you know about Professor Lumumba. Professor Lumumba, a renowned professor in Africa, respected all over the world. Dr. Masanga hold him in his platform, whole program. It was Masanga that brought Lumumba close to Mazi Simon Ekpa. He brought Professor Lumumba to Mazi Simon Ekpa, and they had a program on a platform. He gave Mazi Simon the opportunity to talk to Lumumba face to face and argue Biafra. And in that program, it was mind-blowing how Mazi Simon Ekpa made Lumumba to agree on the destructive diversity in Nigeria. You think it is about going to a platform and talk rubbish. You think it is about staying in one corner. You stay in one corner, you abuse person. If you have a problem with anybody, face the person you have problem with. If you have a misunderstanding, face the actual person. Don't transfer your idiocy or your aggression to somebody who is doing his own job professionally. Dr. Masanga explained how he came into the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa and what he is doing and how he intends to do and what he is doing. So any of you idiots out there who think that social media platform is what we mean by visibility, you are mentally sick. You are mentally sick. You are a moron. You are a moron. That is why you will abuse Dr. Masanga and talk down on what he's doing. You think having thousands of Biafrans in your platform watching this, that is arrant nonsense. One single person that watches the program in Dr. Masanga's platform is more than 1 million people you have as Biafrans watching you. A single personality that goes to Dr. Masanga to look into the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa is greater than 1 million Biafrans watching your platform. But some of you, your idiocy cannot allow you to understand. Your stupidity cannot allow you. Your hatred against yourselves cannot allow you to think reasonably, wisely. I pity you people, but I thank God that Chuks does not give us leaders that have the same idiotic mind like most of you. Mazi Nnamdi is a man of sound mind. He's a man of sound mind, and he focuses on the real business, what he wants, and go and get it. The same to Mazi Simon Ekpa. Look at Mazi Simon Ekpa in the court. Every time telling you that we are one people, we are one people, we are one people, we are one people. But yet, some of you, your idiocy cannot allow you to accept the fact that we are fighting for one thing. Your idiocy cannot allow you to understand that we are skillful and to get that thing. Your little mind and little brain cannot be able to go to some extent. There is limit to what you can do. There are limits to what we can do for ourselves, and there are something that others must do for us. There are something, shout for Biafra, oh hey, shout, they are killing me, oh hey Biafra, oh, Mazi Nnamdi, shout it for 1,000 years. There are certain things that you must do, and if you don't do them, you are wasting your time. I have given you example of Christian genocide here. Christian genocide, did you think it started yesterday? Did it start last year? Did it start 2 years ago? Christian genocide is as old as Biafra. Christian genocide and massacre is as old as Biafra. But yet, nobody cares about it. The only thing that made the United States of America to weigh in into Christian genocide was because of a platform. One single platform spoke about it. One single powerful platform talked about it. From there, people that matters begin to speak about it. People that matters begin to speak about it, and that was the end of it. That's the end of the story. It blew out of everywhere, as if it started yesterday. As if, do you think we have not made noise enough? Do you think the IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu did not make noise enough? IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu made every single noise you can make in this world. So you didn't know. You didn't know that IPOB made every noise. There is no noise you are going to make today that IPOB did not make. That is the mentality of us. You think that IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu did a wonderful, great job in evangelism. They touched the entire world. In all the countries of the world, they were protesting and doing things. But did it change anything? Did it change anything? Still yet, when Martin Simon come in picture, Martin Simon Ekpa sent delegates also to the House, to United States, and some of them were claiming that nobody have brought the issue of Biafra officially to them. They were told that nobody has officially reported the issue of Biafra. Some say they have not had it. Even in this Finland, there are people in Finland that doesn't know the Biafra story. Even though Finland participated, they were part of it. There was a tweet that Dr. Masanga made that I was looking for. That was a tweet that he made about this case also. What he discussed with a Finnish man. The man doesn't know. He doesn't. People in Finland, yet they don't know what is going on. When we say it, some of you think it is just by making noise and shouting and talking. You think it is by noise making. You think it is by castigating somebody, abusing and attacking and insulting. That is how you can be able to make a difference. You think it is by opening thousands of YouTube channels, going to Facebook and talk rubbish. You think that is how to make impact. You don't know. You know nothing. You know nothing. That is why you talk down on visibility. Somebody who has come to give you visibility, you talk down. How many big platform can boldly talk about Biafra? Even Nnamdi Kanu that you know, the United Nations have talked about this. How many big platforms, even platforms owned by Biafrans, how many of them? Forget about the conventional media, because they have been bought over. Their interest is clear and overwhelming. We know what their interest is. But I'm talking about Biafrans, their own platform. How many of them? How many Biafran platforms today can boldly come and say and report what is going on? How many of them? How many of them is reporting our case? Can you tell yourself the truth? Then you see somebody who is risking his own platform for you. You are not grateful. Let me read. I think I saw, yes, I think I was searching for it. Let me see. The one of the messages that was one of the article that was written by Dr. Masanga recently. Let me check that, because it is very important. It is very important. I love to read this article because this article, they are sound for those who want to know, for those who have a clear mind, those who are responsible. I have said it time and time again. When I come here to preach my message, I don't preach to people who do not want to learn. I don't talk to people who cage their mind on their who belittle themselves. You don't want to improve. You don't want to improve, and you prefer to remain in that your little cage of mind. I don't work with people who will limit me. Biafrans cannot be limited. We are limitless. We are limitless. We go to every level to make our voice heard. Whatever it will take, that is what Nnamdi Kanu taught us. Whatever it will take to make our voice heard, we will do it. It does not matter. Even if it is my enemy, even if it is my arch enemy that God will use to give me freedom, I have no objection. I am not here to define and describe or decide for God how He's going to give me freedom. Oh, if it is coming from my enemy, I will not accept it. If it's coming from, like people who say that instead of Biafra not to come from myself, let it not come. I'm not part of those people. This is what the message that Dr. Matanga left. I think before he left Finland, he said, this message was left, I think it was yesterday, he wrote this message. He said, look at it. Finland versus Simon Ekpa. This is the message Dr. Matanga left before he left Finland yesterday. He left Finland. I think he left Finland yesterday. The message says, today, I arrived home safely after the conclusion of Simon Ekpa case in Finland, European democracy is strange because if I had been in Nigeria, I would have been thrown in the Niger for opposing president. But in Finland, we told Alex Stop on his soil. I hope he has now seen the truth about Nigeria. This is the message Dr. Matanga left. Just like what I was saying, I didn't even read this message before I began to say what I was saying before. Do you give an example? Example I was giving the beginning of the message. Dr. Matanga left me to say, today I arrived home safely after the conclusion of Simon Ekpa case in Finland. And he went ahead to say, European democracy is strange because if I had been in Nigeria, I would have been thrown in River Niger for opposing the president. But in Finland, we told Alex Stop on his soil. I hope he has now seen the truth about Nigeria. He went ahead to write, I also thank some of opposition members of Finnish parliament, whom we share 4 hours over coffee and a lot of information regarding Nigeria. You see, this is what some of you that are talking rubbish are supposed to be doing. You think it is about social media. Even our people that went to Finland, I was expecting them to engage personalities. That was why yesterday I applauded Brigi government. Yesterday, I applauded Brigi because of what they did. I'm not supporting them or applauding them for anything. Because of what I saw in that Finland, they were the one that we are doing things that were meaningful. To reach out to people. See, you saw them. They went to a historic place. They took a video, asked questions with people, and they discussed. They went to the organization that gave Master Simon Ekpa Ambassador of Peace. With the father of Master, they discussed and told the story of Biafra and explained more to them. We also saw the interview that they granted to the father of Master Simon Ekpa. These are important places. While you were there, what you were supposed to do is not to focus on starting of picture, looking for propaganda picture, looking for propaganda, something to use for propaganda. What you are supposed to do where they are there, when you see a man on the street, a Finnish person on the street, you discuss with him about issue of Biafra. You don't know who the person is. Discuss with the citizens. Tell them what is going on, why you are there. But some of them, when they focus on themselves, looking for propaganda video, how to hug, how to kiss, how to do nonsense that doesn't make any sense. But Dr. Matanga, who was there as part of the technical team, didn't appear to the court, but he was busy outside engaging with important personalities. Some of them didn't even know the story of Nigeria. They didn't even know what was going on with Master Simon Ekpa. But while he was in Finland, he was able to meet some of them. And they were discussing. Look at it. He said, I also thank some of opposition members of Finnish parliament, whom we share 4 hours over coffee and a lot of information regarding Nigeria. My public statement speaks volumes. I want to sincerely thank the defense lawyer, Tommy, for the cooperation we had throughout this case. My tactical headquarters in Helsinki also played an important role in supporting the work. However, it is too early to celebrate. We still have to hear the verdict, which is expected next month, September. whatever verdict comes, I know I now have a huge task ahead of me to move to the European Court of Human Rights as an interest party in the case where possible under the applicable procedure to pursue the issues surrounding Simon Ekpa case and to protect his name and reputation worldwide. The job is huge. It's not over until it is over. Between me and Finland, whatever comes, I will continue to stand firmly on the principle of European Convention on Human Rights. European Convention on Human Rights. Key article we have violated. Article 5. Right to liberty and security. No arbitrary detention. A person deprived of liberty must have a lawful basis, and detention must be subject to judicial review. Article 6. Rights to a fair trial. Independent and impartial tribunal, fair hearing presumption of innocence, adequate defense right, right to examine evidence and witnesses. Article 7. No punishment without law. No one can be convicted by an act that was not a criminal offense when it was committed. Article 8. Right to private and family life. These were rights that were violated in the case of Master Simon Ekpa. Protection of private life, family life, home, correspondence interference must have a lawful and necessary justification. Article 10. Freedom of expression protects the right to hold opinion and to receive and communicate information and ideas. Restriction must be prescribed by law and necessary in a democratic society. Article 11. Freedom of assembly and association. Protect peaceful assembly and association. Restriction must be lawful and necessary in a democratic society. Article 13. Right to an effective remedy. A person whose convention rights have been violated must have an effective remedy before a national authority. Article 14. Prohibition of discrimination. Article 14 prohibits discrimination. Convention rights must be secured without discrimination, including on grounds such as political or other opinions. Article 15. Derogation in time of emergency. Even during a public emergency, derogation from convention rights is subject to strict condition. Certain rights cannot be derogated from. Article 17. Prohibition of abuse of rights. The convention cannot be used to justify destroying or excessively limiting the rights and freedom if protects. Article 17. Prohibition of abuse of rights. The convention cannot be used to justify destroying or excessively limiting the rights and freedom it protects. Article 18. Limitation on use of restriction. Restriction on convention rights must not be applied for a purpose other than purpose for which they were prescribed. For a red flag stroke security case, this was the one that Dr. Basanga was always hammering, this red flag. He talks a lot about this red flag law that they violated. He spoke a lot about this red flag. He spoke a lot about what's happening. Sorry, I just lost this out. Sorry, I gave up. He spoke a lot about this red flag. That red flag law. He spoke a lot about it. And it is very, very important to pay attention to that. He spoke so much about the violation of that red flag law. He spoke so much about it. He spoke a lot about it. Sorry, let's go back to there. He spoke much about that violation of the red flag law. And I think it is important we look into that. He spoke extensively about that. The red flag law. He talks much about that red flag law. And I think we have to look at that. It is very important we look at that. The red flag law. You know, he has complained every time he wrote many articles on this red flag. For a red flag stroke security case, the most important combination is Article 5, liberty, Article 6, fair trial, Article 7, no punishment without law, Article 8, private life, Article 10, freedom of expression, Article 11, assembly and association, Article 13, effective remedy, Article 14, non-discrimination, Article 18, Article 14, non-discrimination, Article 18, misuse of restriction. These are the principles that I will continue to examine as the legal process moves forward. The fight for justice does not end with one verdict. The job continues. This is what Dr. Masanga put down before he left Finland. He is now back to his base. He has gone back to his base. This is what he wrote, he put down before he left Finland. And I love to follow every single thing he has put on the ground because Dr. Masanga is very sound in his illustration. Very, very sound. When he said he read international law, I have no doubt. With the knowledge and expert on international law, I cannot expect anything less than what I'm seeing. And this is another article that he left. Let's read this before we see what he wrote about the drug baron. This is another article that he left. This one says, "Dear African world, let the fact speak." This is another article that he left. He said, "Dear African world, let the fact speak. I sat down for a coffee in Finland with a former member of parliament of Finland, and we discovered this is our discussion. We discovered in our discussion this in our discussion. We discovered this in our discussion." He was shocked about Nigeria. You see, when I tell you that most of us that went to Finland forgot that we are supposed to be engaging. Finland is not like in Africa where before you meet a lawmaker, you must have to go to Abuja. Before you meet a local government chairman, you must be in a popular place. In Europe, you can meet a lawmaker anywhere. You can meet it even in a bus. You can meet them in train. So that is why you communicate with people sitting around you at any given hotel where you lodge. Talk to them about what you're coming for, what your country is going on, what's going on in your country, and what you are feeling. These are how you pass information. But some of us went there only to go and take picture for propaganda and lies. This is the article I wrote. He said, let's face the fact. Let the fact speak. I sat down for a coffee in Finland with a former member of parliament of Finland, and we discovered this in our discussion. He was shocked about Nigeria. Finland versus Nigeria. That's what he wrote. He said, Finland has a population of about 5.6 million and recorded approximately 58,267 deaths in 2024. Around 160 natural and accidental deaths per day. Nigeria, with a population of about 230 million, recorded an estimated 267 million deaths. Nigeria recorded 267 million deaths. Terror instigated by jihadists, natural death, accidents in 2024 approximately 7,300 deaths every day. You can imagine. You see the difference? Nigeria, with a population of about 230 million, recorded an estimate 2.67 million deaths. 2.67 million, not 200, 2.6 million. The population is 230, but Nigeria recorded estimate of 2.67 million deaths. Terror instigated by jihadists, natural death, accidents. In 2014 alone, approximately 7,300 deaths every day. In Nigeria, 7,300 people die every single day in Nigeria. That means Nigeria, 46 times more likely to die death per year than Finland, largely reflecting the enormous difference in population sizes. But due to the security situation in Finland, less population from generation, you survive daily in Finland. This figure put the discussion into perspective when comparing the two countries. The chances being killed by jihadists in Nigeria are higher than in Finland. I leave it here. You see that many people in Finland, they don't even know what is going on in Nigeria. That is why sometimes we say they do not have jurisdiction to try this case. They don't have jurisdiction. And I read this one. I just want us to touch this drug baron write-up that he put up. Let's touch this one. He said, are these not double standard by the USA towards Nigeria? In the case of Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the United States acted swiftly on 3rd January 2026. US forces arrived. US forces carried out a military operation in Caracas, captured Maduro and his wife, and brought them to the United States to face charges in US court. Maduro made his first court appearance on January 5th, 2026. The United States was prepared to use extraordinary force and take decisive action in that case. Yet, on the other hand, the same United States of America government, US court, appear to have dragged their feet concerning President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria over allegations relating to cocaine and drug trafficking across the Atlantic. Why does this remain a hide-and-seek game between the FBI and the US courts, telling us that releasing the information of Tinubu drug cases is going to be security risk? But it wasn't a security risk for you to go and take Maduro, a sitting president. And this is not double standard. Why was there such urgency and decisive action in the Maduro case, while the Nigerian case appeared to move at a completely different pace? I asked, is justice truly equal, or does it depend on who is involved? A very big question. You know, when they were talking about Christian genocide, we were jumping up. Christian genocide. We thought by now that something would have been done. Instead, Donald Trump ended up increasing the problem. That bomb he threw, more people have died since that attack till today. And yet, they are no longer talking about Christian genocide anymore. They are no longer talking about Christian genocide anymore. They are no longer talking about Christian genocide. No, they're no longer talking about Christian genocide. And it does not matter what people say. It doesn't matter what they do or how they do about it. This double standard is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. But the most important thing today is that we, those of us who are Biafrans, we must be very, very practical Focus on reality. Throw away your group mentality into the dustbin and focus on the unity of purpose. The purpose for which we gather in every mushroom group where we are is for Biafra. Nnamdi Kanu is preaching unity. Simon Ekpa is preaching unity. You that claim to be following them, you are preaching divisiveness. You cage your own mind in your little mushroom groups, and you think that will make you progress. It won't lead you anywhere. Nnamdi Kanu have given an example. When he talked about unity, he gave the example. He first of all inaugurated the 100 men. In 100 men, everybody is inclusive. He recovered the IPOB from the criminal Chikazozem and Chinasanworu who destroyed IPOB. He recovered it. And he went ahead to continue to work with Avid, continue to work with the Rising Sun. He continued to work with Ambassador of State Dimension. He did not tell them to fold their own organization and join him. No. Every one of them have their responsibility, pursuing the unity of purpose, which is the freedom and security of our people. Look at the very clear example as they went to Israel. In Israel Parliament, IPOB was there. Avid is inside there. Ambassador of State Dimension was there. Every one of them represented. There was no argument who started it and who ended it or who is the who. Our beloved sister Rachel, who pushed that very force single-handedly on behalf of Biafra. She made it happen on behalf of Biafra and invited everyone to join in unity and present our case. Our case was presented in unity, representing Biafra. The presentation of our case in Israel Parliament was, they didn't go to Israel Parliament to present only IPOB, or to present Ambassador of State Dimension, or to present the Rising Sun, or Avid. They went there to present Biafra. That is what everybody is supposed to be doing. In the court, you have Simon Ekpa telling you we are one people. Many people complaining. When they complain, he will tell them we are one people. Try and work together. If you cannot work together, continue to maintain your lane, and that thing you know you are convinced you can do, continue to do it. When I come out, I will give everybody their seat where they belong. Why wouldn't you have patience and wait? Today, we are waiting for my assembly to join us. What we are supposed to focus today now is continue to expose the evil of the Janjaweed, the atrocity of Nigerian government. Continue to expose it day in, day out. Don't stop. All those evil they have done, all those things that confirm that Nigerian government is responsible for the insecurity in Biafra land, continue to reveal it. Yesterday we revealed a lot, and today we will continue to reveal confirmations, things that confirm that Nigerian government is responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria. Nigerian government is the terrorist that we know, just as the Canadian court said that every political party in Nigeria is a terrorist organization. It is a confirmed. I have played 2 videos here where testimony we are coming from that same Nigeria itself to confirm it. I want to play one video. Let us listen to this video. Listen to this video. Since the world and Finland doesn't know who is responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria, I want us to watch this video. Let us watch this video. Just be patient. Let me bring this video up. Don't mind the man you're going to see. You are going to see a stupid man on the video, because that man, he is one of the men who was calling for the head of Master Simon Ekpa. The person that is going to show on that video is one of the idiots that was calling the Finland embassy to take Master Simon Ekpa away. But today, bunch of idiots. He says he's a human rights activist. A human rights activist with an empty brain. Of course, he's a Janjaweed like other Janjaweed. What do you expect? Making gain from people's calamity. That is why they don't want the system to work. Because the system pays them. The system makes them look relevant. It makes them relevant. That is why when you talk about solution, they will not. Because they know as long as there is problem, that is where they feed. They feed in people's problem. If people don't have problem, they will become irrelevant. If people are not reporting, they will become irrelevant. That is why they prefer the problem. I want you to listen to this man. Every one of you know him. He's a popular man in Nigeria. One of those who is benefiting from people's problem. That is why they don't want solution. When you bring solution, they will go against you. Listen to him. Listen to him. Let's listen and hear the report he's bringing here. So that those who doesn't know Nigeria, we are bringing Nigeria firsthand for you to know. These are one Nigerianist. Listen to him, what he had to say.
Or was he trying to rescue himself? No, the Nigerian government, they encourage people to pay ransom to kidnappers. See case where they do for paper, they pack a whole family. The family go to the police. Police come to me, they bring 250,000 naira. Have you? Then they collect microphone.
A family were kidnapped, and people went and report to family that the people went and report to police that a family had been kidnapped. Police were demanding for 250 naira before they will go for the rescue. They were demanding for money. They demand for money before they go. And even after paying the money, they did not rescue. They still advise the people to go and pay the terrorists so that they can go and collect their share. I want you to listen to him. Listen to him.
They call money raise how much?
As at the last time I discussed with them, they said they raised 7 million. Yes,
No,
they said not.
Between them and police.
Okay, 250,000.
They don't raise how much out of the 250,000.
They didn't tell me how much they
They said
raised.
they raised 100,000 naira, gave to the police, and the police now said, okay, now when we don't give this 100,000, make una go settle with the kidnappers. After they don't release the people, then you can come back. We will track them.
You are very correct. You are very correct, sir. You are very sharp.
Did you hear that? They first of all paid the police. The police charged 250,000, and they raised 100 and gave police. Then police told them, go and settle the kidnappers to get your brothers and sisters and your people. Go and settle the kidnappers. After you settle the kidnappers and pay the ransom, then we will go and track them. Where do you hear? Where is this one happening? That the people, somebody was kidnapped, the family went and reported. Then you demand money for the family, they paid you money. Then instead of you now going to go and rescue after they have paid, meanwhile they're not even supposed to pay for you to go do your work. They're not supposed to pay, but they paid 100. And then you now advise them, go and pay the ransom. Go, pay ransom. After paying ransom, then come back, we will track them. That is the country, this man that is wearing cap, they are talking rubbish, complaining. That is the country he supported. That's the country he promoted. He's one of the people that was attacking Simon Ekpa. He was one of the people who called he called the embassy and he was talking rubbish, insulting the ambassador. This man, on live program, he was insulting the ambassador to arrest Simon Ekpa. This idiot you are seeing here. Now he's complaining. You see him lamenting and complaining. These are the people who make themselves popular through the problem. If Nigeria were to be a sane country, you can't see a human being like this. But in Nigeria, he celebrated. He celebrated, feeding on people's ignorance, feeding on people's stupidity. These are the kind of things Nigeria breed. I'm going to bring another video. I'm going to show you another one. Let me find another one. Nigeria is not a country that anybody should be proud of. No reasonable and sensible country in this world should be working with Nigeria in any level, not in security, not in diplomatic, nothing at all. There is no reason whatsoever anybody can give that you will say because of this, you are working with Nigerian government. There is no reason. A government that is run by terrorists, a government that terrorizes its own people, a government where they are issuing passports to terrorists, a government where passports are issued to terrorists in broad daylight. It is not a secret. It is in the open. I played the video here. Every one of you know English Alhaji. English Alhaji, who has become the most popular investigator in Nigeria. A private man, a private individual today has more information even their media. English Alhaji has more information than Nigerian media. That is what you see in Nigeria. If Nigeria were to be a country where things work, you will not know people like English Alhaji. They will not be there. But because Nigeria is a senseless country, that is why such people take charge. Let's listen to what these idiots have to say.
The day any Nigerian government is ready to end insecurity, it will end. Read my lips. The day any Nigerian government is ready to end insecurity, it will end. Are we ready to end it? I don't think so. I don't think so, because there's way too much complicity in the ecosystem. Are the people perpetrating this insecurity far from us in society? No, they are not far from us. There have been many people that are in and around government being linked to this level of insecurity. And they are working free today, and they're part of the elite class. Why are we deceiving ourselves? But you see, the problem with Nigeria is when you tell them the truth, they get alarmed. What did very dark man say that was wrong yesterday? Didn't he say things we've always known and suspected? We were talking about the people reporting to security authorities. Ayo, is it not this country we were when the citizens of Woro informed the security operatives that there was a threat on their lives? And the bandits came because they heard that they informed the security operatives. How did the bandit know that the people of Woro informed the security operatives?
Ask me.
Then they came and they did a slaughter. And after the slaughter, for good measure, they took hundreds of people. They just released them the other day after how many days?
Mm-hmm. That's Nigeria for
We
you.
talked about Askari Uba. Ayo yesterday made it 102 days. The kids from Askari Uba have been in the dead.
I hope Finland is watching.
We are talking about Bobo and Dr. More will happen. We are not ready to deal with insecurity. It's not a case of state police. When Nigeria did not have state police in the 90s, we didn't have banditry at this level of insecurity. So why are we deceiving ourselves and say it's more boots on the ground? More boots on the ground will just mark more complicity on the ground. Because the thing that really makes it
more boots on the ground, more complicity on the ground.
Complicit people infiltrating the ecosystem is very problematic. Is it in states where state governments are sponsoring bandits?
Oh.
All of you are shouting.
Don't be me they talk about.
He didn't even make the point when we dumb as a nation, when we saw a terrorist granting press conference in Katsina, addressing the people, and police was there. When we deaf and dumb as a nation, when we saw police, bandits, criminals were passing, police was saluting
On camera.
When the police spokesperson come out to say that
Okay, God.
it's a lie, police were not saluting. That we couldn't be
God.
Is it not in this country they arrested people, terrorists coming back from Hajj? Do you know how many photo ops that state government have done with bandits and criminals in Katsina? So what is very dark man? You know, sort of faithful. What did this say? That everybody is faithful. They have the right to say they have the right. The people don't like the truth in this country.
They don't like truth. On our country, don't like truth.
Don't move forward. And that's why I made that kind of. When the state is ready to end this insecurity, to end totally. What did President Tinubu say after the Bobo attack? We must not cow. We must not cow when the people are being treated like cows. How many times has he released such statements since he got into power? You've lost count. I'm sure now that they don't even edit those messages again. They just change the name and the location of the incidents. And we say we are dealing with insecurity. We are dealing with insecurity. When we analyze, now we say, yes, America joined us. They did 2 airstrikes. Boom. They shot 2 Tomahawks. Yes, we've captured the largest catchment of intelligence back. What has intelligence done for us? How have we been able to crack the good? We are working on it. In fact, some people are after it, they will say, if I shut up, you don't even know what you are talking about. You're very stupid. You don't know the ecosystem. They are high-level security briefing. I don't want high-level jargons. I want results. Is it today, that we have civilian GTF? because of the infiltration of the system, those young patriots, those hunters are just being led to the slaughter slab and killed anyhow.
Tell them.
So what?
So that was Rufai. You know Rufai. That was Rufai making his own case, telling his own half-truth. You know, these people, is not that they don't know the truth. They know the truth, but they are so scared. They have been conditioned to say things on certain way. They have been conditioned on what to say and what not to say. And we don't blame them. They have their restriction. I don't blame them. They are looking for their daily bread. They are not like us, who has already lost everything and have nothing yet else to lose. And we continue to speak, even when it is so difficult and so dangerous to talk. We continue to talk. So, our question to Finland authority is that, just like Dr. Masanga always asks, at what point did Finland know that there is insecurity in this European Republic? At what point? At what point did Finland realize that there is insecurity in Nigeria? At what point? And if they don't know all this while, where we are they? Are they not in this planet? And if they have known and keep quiet, why are they now talking now? What is so special about now and then? What is so special between now and then? What is that thing they see now that they didn't see before? What is that thing they saw now that they didn't see before? What is the thing they saw now that they didn't see before? That is the question we're asking to Finland. What is that thing you saw now that you didn't see before? And can you sincerely tell us who was responsible for the insecurity in the Southeast? Just like the general said, from 2015 upwards, more than 5,000 innocent youths dead. Mortuaries in the Southeast get filled up. At a stage, mortuary get filled up, and they were announcing that owners of the corpse should come and take corpse, or else they would throw away the corpse. Nigerian government, they murdered innocent children until mortuary get filled up. There was no space. And they made a national broadcast. People should come and take their corpse. Who were the people that killed those people? Those people who killed them, who brought them to the mortuary? Who brought those people to the mortuary? And recently, we begin to hear a different issue. That there was an ambulance the people saw carrying corpses from mortuary and dumping in the forest and burning them. They took ambulance, they carry corpses from mortuary, and they went in forest and dumped them and they burned them there. Why were they doing that? Because there was a petition. Some people wrote a petition that Amnesty International wrote a petition that they should come and investigate. Let there be an independent investigation. Let the world, international communities, let the United Nations come and investigate who owns those corpses that fill the mortuaries in the Southeast. In the Southeast, who owns those corpses? Who are they? Those people, who are they? How did they die? Who brought them to the mortuary? Because of this petition, they got a clue that such petition is coming. And Amnesty International investigating. The world is going to say the United Nations is trying to investigate. They took those corpses, they went and burned most of them. And people saw them when they were doing it. Many of you have seen the video and the pictures that came out from there. And where is Finland? All these atrocities is happening in Nigeria. Where is Finland? Where is Finland? Because Finland have now claimed to be an interest party in the insecurity in the Southeast. Since Finland is interested in insecurity, where are they in all these reports? Why is it that their own investigators are not on the ground to investigate? Why are they working with an investigation that was given to them by a terrorist? Investigation that was given to them that was given to them by somebody who is indicted for terrorism today. How can you use an evidence given to you by a known terrorist? A company that does not exist in Nigeria, a country that is outside Nigeria is producing information for you. Meanwhile, as a country, you can send your own investigators to find out. Since you are an interest party, is it that when you are pursuing your mineral resources, you turn a blind eye to humanity? You turn a blind eye to rule of law? Is it that for the sake of mineral resources, you kill your conscience completely? Chukwu Okike Abiyama will not forgive you. Go and ask the UK. Go and ask UK their condition today. It was as a result of what they did to Biafra and continue to do. And Mazen Nnamdi made a prayer on their head and told them, if you do not stop what you are doing, if you don't stop, strangers will take over your land. Mazen Nnamdi told them, strangers will take over your land. And today, strangers are taking over their land. Today, strangers are taking over their land. So many, they don't know what visibility means. Strangers today are taking over the United Kingdom. They are crying. Go online. Go online. You will see them crying right, left, and center. Go online. You will see them complaining, crying everywhere. It is complaint right, left, and center. Go online. You will see them shouting, crying, complaining everywhere. They have always go and check their record. You see how many portion of their land is remaining in their hand. And if they do not remove their hand from the case of Biafra and make restitution for what they have done to Biafra, they will be taken over completely. And it will happen in our lifetime. It will happen. It's not in dream. It will happen in our lifetime. We will all witness it. It will happen in our lifetime. We will witness it. Let them continue their evil. Let them continue their propaganda. Let them continue their blackmail. Let them continue all their evil. They will never succeed. Chukwu Okike Abiyama will not allow them to succeed. He will never allow them. It's a pity that Finland, a country we respect so much, a country that our Prime Minister adores so much, he loved Finland to the extent they said, I will bring Finland to Biafra land. He made bold to say, I will bring Finland to Biafra land. Because of the love he has for them. Because of how far he trusts them. He will sing the national anthem of Finland and sing the national anthem of Biafra alongside. And yet, look at where we are. At what point did they know our problem? Finland wants us to wait until when we finish. They want Mazi Simon to fold his hand until when they kill us, every one of us, before Mazi Simon will react. You want Mazi Nnamdi to keep quiet until when all the Biafrans die before they will talk. That is why you have refused to recognize our genocide. The Christian genocide we are talking about today is Biafran genocide is older. It is Biafran genocide that gave birth to the Christian genocide that we are taking. It is Biafran genocide. But you are waiting until we are all exterminated according to your own definition of genocide. According to the definition of genocide of the international community, that everybody must die. They mean that everybody must die before they can be able to say it. But we can't agree. We will not wait for that. And I will play this video for you to know that our intellectuals, people we call intellectuals, somebody like Chinua Achebe, during the Civil War said it, that we cannot wait until when we die. Chinua Achebe said it during the Civil War. And that is why today Mazi Nnamdi is fighting, Mazi Simon is fighting. We can't wait until when we die before we agree. We cannot wait. I want you to listen to Chinua Achebe These are intellectuals. These are people that are sane and sound, people that are educated. These were educated men during the Civil War. Look at the interview with him and the British journalist. Let's hear him. What should actually say?
Genocide is the ethnic extermination of a people. You prove genocide when everybody has been killed. Biafrans do not want to wait until everybody has been killed.
At all.
They have seen the signs of the intention. People were killed in hundreds of thousands. The war has come. It isn't a war of unification, as we are told. It is a war of extermination. Girls are being abducted and married off to strange people. All the various things you do so as to commit genocide are being done. We don't want to wait until it is complete. Therefore, we have the intention. By the way, all this began many, many years ago.
Exactly.
As far back as 1947, Biafrans were attacked in Kanu. In 1953, the same thing happened. Genocide is not spontaneous. It's a subtle process, which is a result of government propaganda. A government now uses the organ which should be used for protecting a people. It turns in that organ against the people and starts killing them using the government means. And everybody is indoctrinated to hate a particular class of people, to want them out of the way, to want to kill them. This is what we mean by genocide.
Is it not what is still happening today? Is it not what is still happening? Has anything changed? This very thing that Chinua Achebe was talking about during the Civil War, is it not the same thing, the same picture? Is it not the same thing happening today? Turning the whole people against the Biafran people, more especially the Igbos. They want us to completely be exterminated before now it will be confirmed as genocide. But we will not wait till then. We are not going to wait. Never. Mazen Nnamdi say he will not wait. Mazen Nnamdi say instead of him to wait, he will put his own life. That is why even when they threatened him with life sentence, he said, I will not wait. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait until they finish us before. Mazen Simon Ekpa also put himself on the line and said, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait. The signs are there. The signs, the evidence, it's a subtle movement. It's a subtle movement. They are doing it. We can see, we can feel it. We can't wait until they finish us before we react. Where has Finland been? Why did Finland close its eyes on the atrocities of Nigeria, on Biafra land? Why Finland all of a sudden turned their back and decides to wipe away the memories that is within them? Why? What wrong have we done? What wrong has we done? What crime have we committed? The only crime we committed is that we are Biafrans. The only crime we committed is that we want to be on our own. The only crime we committed is that we want to manage our life. The only crime we committed is that we want to live as every other human being, decide our fate politically, economically, and otherwise. Is that a crime? I'm asking, is that a crime? Why the global conspiracy against the Biafran people? Why? Why is this global conspiracy against the Biafrans? Why the global conspiracy? What crime have we committed? Why is it that they do not want us to exist? What have we done wrong that they don't want us to survive? Nobody wants to listen to our story. Nobody wants to pay attention to our plight. How many more people need to die before the world will pay attention? How many more people do the world people need to die? That is the question. How many more people need to lose their life before the world take action? I thank God for Mazen Nnamdi. I thank God for Mazen Simon Ekpa. We can't wait. We cannot wait. We will continue to fight until the last man standing. We will never, ever give up. Let us also listen to this, a message to every one of us. Those of us who are still having their divisive mind, I give this message. This video I'm going to play is a message. Those of you that have a divisive mentality, it is time for us to defend ourselves. It is time to protect each other. It is time to continue to look ourselves as brothers and sisters, no matter our differences. We can disagree, but don't disagree with hatred. Don't disagree with hostility. We must not have the same opinion. We must not be in the same group. But unity of purpose is very important. We can't escape it. That is the message of our supreme leader. That is the message of our prime minister. And every one of us should key into that message, no matter what happens. Let's hear this. A strong message that must be heard.
Is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. Money mama, money have a cookie that weekend. Like it didn't get they say like online. On our back cigar, money have the truth of contrast. Yama, they go, they put it in the no billion yawa. Iga, money, they can walk up in the police and walk people. Now, even all the tribes everywhere in Nigeria, up for one in the even from Bible. Only tribe are more how to protect their own.
True or false? True or false? You that is watching me, write it on the comment section. True or false? The only tribe that does not know how to protect themselves, Bundibo. In all the tribes, in all the world, only in Igbo, they don't know how to protect them. They prefer to protect outsiders. I want you to listen to it again and answer it on the comment section. True or false?
Like it didn't they say like online. On our back cigar, money have the truth of contrast. Yama, they go, they put it in the no billion yawa. Iga, money, they can walk up with them with the police and power. Now, even all the tribes everywhere in Nigeria, up more one in the even from Bible. The only tribe are more how to protect their own. How to fight and protect their own. That people see in the Bible now. But to go me one time I don't want to play that. But I'm never to play that because actually we will go on this.
True or false? Write on the comment section or where's your book or say what that Reverend Father is saying. Is it true or false?
Now, eventually, and the government in Nigeria, they did the man, we were quiet, we're to the Nanga. Indiausa, the Fulani, even government, where they want to learn about property, Allah, now, when you look at this, how did they want to then give one over now, never family at the same time. You know the family, you are the family, you were a bad problem. He was a very big problem. Other days away, and somebody had one in the member. Also, not going on the election, can there? Who look at Chief of Football, one of the major, most powerful countries ever in the world. And when the election, the man who lose the election was one of the election. The terrorists, the Hamas, the ISIS, the Al-Qaeda, the Boko Haram. Election. You want all about it, people. They will buy only for the demand of election. You may problem. Get if I can deal now only because of an event. You must over now only because of passive event. You have a problem. Pure the other against the name and the man who against the look at the letter. Even in our back, I say, I open and deal. Because of the better Basilo Israel. It's okay, man, the people. They know begin. Obona, Ndilo, if I take that, Ndili, the Jesus, as Ndili, like now, election and the Bukita. Get another election, the man of that. If you're Israel to get that the root. This is the covenant children of God. And then Papa, they do for the apple black and the Faka, where to Mogo, in a Chibutapa, they will put that. This is the root, this is the root to give an one. Something is wrong.
Something is wrong with you.
Money had a Bukita weekend. Like it didn't get this rely online. On Apaka Segaro, money have the truth of what Yama, people, no Bionawa. Iga, Malaria, what we from would definitely from now, even all the tribes in Nigeria, up no one in even from Bible, the only tribe are how to protect their own.
Absolutely.
Also the elites how to fight and protect their own.
At all.
Again, a Bible now. But when I got one time I don't want to play that, but I'm the best way I got it was actually on this. But I think I don't take it in as Sakopania, they pay develop. Somebody can deal on and I would out and I will wrong because now if we think about the Haman over Israel, people maybe most of our release are Oh yeah, but in the words over the weekend, who will call and told them on Yoruba, the Hanas Hacken with Yoruba nation, Hacken Yoruba nation. No, who say the police walk of us. Oh, now, try, and now, Papa, passing also pay people that are higher Yoruba nation. You had it. But my love was everybody's greatest surprise. And look at that. But the name now Yoruba nation, you can now watch your video. Watch your photos we go see how many. Even the Nigerian police in army if because also so smart that click 40 years ago, you know, and I said those 3 bullets to there. But they did not come out to kill those people. Try Mohammed, try we just who will go to put out when I told you nation. No, they wouldn't know a man I was to do that. Because I want to put that. I am telling you, I got one pieces. One soon, Madame Adeles and all the elegant weather. What can I put the difference? Difference now. The Yoruba Mala, now they are the least people need all to know. Gahanas. And I got on to defend the one and there. They will fight and protect their own. Can you remember that Fulani has done now? Now, SWAT and the mother. Who was sitting what is give it a terrorist organization. Why? Because Nnamdi how to protect their own. Even our misguided brothers that we need to call them to order, not why not our misguided, misdirected brothers. So, you said, cattle root, also the Fagasaga, open a family, rice, attire, and the secondary compensation. Even if the government in the Bible is to defend them, government has never, federal government has never come out to condemn the Fulani Hesper. Why? Because nothing of a need of an house. Then Boko Haram can go away before we declare Boko Haram terrorist organization. Making the lab, making the book in the take the.
Is it not true? Is it not true? Are you that what? This is the problem. Our people don't know how to protect ourselves.
So, you said, so come on, federal government take a book over there. Say, cattle root, also on the Fagasaga. Open a family, rice, attire, and the secondary compensation. Even the government in the Bible is to defend them. Government has never, federal government has never come out to condemn the Fulani Hesper. Because nothing of a need of an house. Then Boko Haram can go away before we declare Boko Haram terrorist organization. Making the lab, making the book in the take the same local government. Never said before I went up with that. Even when I was and give them the protect because we want to take
tomorrow.
Still protect
their own.
Oh, yeah, but they Boko Haram, and the facility.
Mm-hmm.
Then warfare,
repentance,
bread and tea. Schools develop 6 months ago, a good tapa, uniform. They have to work around. I need a giver, a high style uniform. Radicalized. Then they put for the said Biafra would do it. Go out. It was so dull. So wait for the Nigerian army. Say I can army. I just plus on had to go. I was in HR. What I guess I handle that. The same Nigerian government. Then the IPOP. And then the IPOP. I want answer. I want an answer. India Babula. India. We are for very happy. I'll point at him happy. And I put on him happy. You humanize them, you mess them up, you do a lot of things to them, and then listen, Nnamdi listen, and I couldn't federal government. I got some on cry. Because the Igbo man does not know how to protect his own.
At all. They don't. They don't. Oh, fine, one actually too much. Someone have and get it. This message is very strong. The calamity of Mazi Simon, what Mazi Simon is facing today in Finland, now Igbo people, the elites, they were the ones that took money, put ransom on Mazi Simon ever head. Remember, Ohaneze no Hinandama, they put money on Mazi Simon ever, an innocent man. Bianca Ono was sent all the way from Nigeria to Finland to go and plan against Mazi Simon ever and his extradition. And Chuks disappointed them. As we are waiting for the verdict of Mazi Simon ever today, do you know that they are already planning? They are going on the ground. Governors in the southeast, they are still planning as we speak. They are manipulating. They are reaching out to everywhere to bribe. They are looking for everywhere to bribe and twist the case of Mazi Simon ever. But Chineke Bidenigwe, Chukwuokike, this one will consume every one of them. The case of Mazi Simon will consume any penny they put in that will mark their end. The source of that their money will dry. The source of that money, that blood money they are gathering, it will dry. The only people that don't protect their own. Look at the case of Nnamdi Kanu. The people that are attacking Nnamdi Kanu today, go to social media. Go to social media. The only people that are attacking Nnamdi Kanu today are Igbo people. Igbo. They are the only people attacking Nnamdi Kanu. The people that are supporting and making case for Nnamdi Kanu is even people from the north. Northerners are making case for him. Even Yorubas are making case for him. But Igbo elite, they don't care. They don't care. They are busy competing with Nnamdi Kanu. They feel that Nnamdi Kanu has become more popular than them. They feel that Nnamdi Kanu have become a popular figure. They feel threatened. Nnamdi Kanu freedom threatens them. They don't want to see him even for 1 minute. But in the north, you see in the north how they are protecting their own. The north, somebody will come on national TV and tell you that Boko Haram is their brothers and sisters. They force the Nigerian government, even Nigerian government will come and say they are brothers and their sisters. Terrorists, they will come on national TV and tell they are brothers and sisters. But an Igbo elite will come to national TV and tell you that his brother is agitating for self-determination is a criminal. Somebody will come on national TV and tell you that you should go and take the life of his own brother for agitating for freedom. But a northerner will come and tell you that his brothers are misguided, that they are soldiers. It is a shame, very big shame. But whatever happens, we will never stop. If also, I have only one person that is genuine as an Igbo man. Also, I will phone you for that person must actualize Biafra. We know we still have millions of people who are committed into this cause. We have millions. The elites, how many of them? These bastards, how many of them? They are few. They are not up to 5%. All these, the elite and their workers and all the people they are paying and all those haters and evil, how many are they? How many percent are they? Let's listen. Listen to this story.
story in Judges chapter 9 to 21. You can summarize there. Now this man no one guy was no one. I'm not concubine the Bible for there. But I would hear one and I did one about the lonely soon. Okay. So just why go dear chocolate. So dear Jonah then there. But they said dear like there. So dear after something dear where they go to Panatia. So dear Panatia. Can you days when I met you back? Kahana got Chichi the Fadosa. Then the battle lay along now Market Square. Had I done one man to tell you go down another. Well, for us, I don't know the very dangerous. I didn't buy a drop a superman. That come I can bed. So the man call for our Jenna bed the man. Go and bed the man. How about that? The man in the hand, he will go down and come out of family and so on. We'll go now back. Who will go down? Dikibia, then a Benjamin. Who will go down? What would the man say? Now I follow. Working on one but I'm begging. Who put that the man? Can go see it. Now, Judges chapter 19. Look at verse 20. Okay, verse 24. Verse 22, sorry. Verse 22. Now, verse 22. Give Fabra the man has said. Now, as they were making their house ready, because the men of the city, certain sons of the layer, beset the house round about, Peter the Lord, spoke to the master of the house, the old man, where said, bring forth the man that came into your house, that we may do what? That we may know him. Actually, Tinia, I am working when I like working by. Actually, where I go, the man, I deny. This one man was okay. The man over there. Exactly, so then I came out now. That's all I'm going to. Can't know when the wine is good. I said, I told a wine. When I work, I don't work. I get it in work. I get you from what happened. So, everybody missing, I done missing the argument. The man who don't wear because if I'm with you, now, what I go so is to do work. So the man will package you with your one of your 7 one of my own church. Now, verse 25. I'm a Russia. Verse 25. So, but the men will not hearken to him. So the man the way actually took his concubine and who he was said, oh, then I like him. You go check it by so or package you with your one here. And they brought her forth unto them, and they knew her. However, by this girl he go. And that abused her all the night. But in this girl he go throughout the night. Yeah. He go away to the woman. And for my little say, by the time she did that woman died 1 hour one. So when the man from verse 29, verse 29. And when he was coming to the house, what for the the man, they went down. When to he took a knife, laid hold on his concubine, and divided her into 11 pieces. 11 pieces, together with her both, into 12 pieces, and set her into all the coasts of Israel. Can you get the man on that? Into 12. Oh, well, side that. Well, side that.
I want you to pay attention to this story. You are going to learn a lot of things in this story. Pay attention.
And so forth. So when this does only have the house in back, now the very far, in short, this okay, funny the way the meeting where Cindy Benjamin, oh no, Mamma, Cameli, oh, my Zapalica, I gave Buhan and Azabulon, no, they have a question of a man over Israel. They might be funny thing. Benjamin, where I said, the way you want to get back.
Self-preservation. Protect their own. Protect their own. Akoko.
So everybody protect this and you are not so long. 11 tribes where they are not so one tribe of Benjamin. Benjamin now. Come I got one to Maka, Luson and Yago, to our greatest surprise, however, even a far ball grammar, open the watch here, now that battle now. verse 21, chapter 20. Can you see here now? The first round of that battle, Bible says, and the children of Benjamin came forth out of Gibeon, and they destroyed down to the ground of the Israelites that day. 22,000 men. Now they want to. Ndị a bụ famịlị ahụ. Ha jụ na ba na-akpọpụta ụmụ fa protect ụmụ ha. Anụbazi 11 tribes wee dị n'ụzọ ọgụ. Ka tinye otu a, Chineke mara si the Benjamin and the right for protecting their own children. God fought for them. Family Israel in the both Israel 22,000. Now how do you reconcile that? Israel next year, second in Neha, simple. Israel went about to 9 verse 23. Verse 23 was, and the children of Israel went up and wept before the Lord until evening. Now, sorry, Ghana verse 25. 25 was, and Benjamin went forth against them out of Gibeon the second day, was in Ekpa'S, and they destroyed down to the ground of the children of Israel. 18,000 men. All of them were people that were drawing the sword. However, around 2, Benjamin, who was 18,000. You have 18,000 for 22,000, or 40,000 Israel who's part of land. Why? Each one of Benjamin is about
to protect their own.
Misdirected brethren. Why? Fight for them. How to fight for their own youths. Even the youths, this one was made a mistake. You will first of all, people will not all you know, Chaco dog, but that's any mono. You were not going to go through with everything. Definitely not support her. Oh, God, I see a big against it. But if put up publicly, they go see they are wired or fear to control them. That is exactly the situation right on here. Get out of Igbo land. And even this story, that you will discover wisdom of God about Israel. I will decide that with that. Give your Benjamin again, because they were fighting to protect.
They were fighting to protect their own. That is the message I am trying to relate to you people. Our people do not know how to protect our own. Our elites, Igbo elites, don't know how to protect them with their own.
ISIS will enter the zoo and charge.
They don't care. They don't care. The elites don't know how to protect their own. They do not care at all. They don't care. They don't care. These are people who only what they care about is their own selfish interest. They don't care about you. These same people we are talking about, they are the people. We are not the people that instigated the arrest of Mazi Simon Ekpa. We are not the people that participated in the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi. Up to today, they are still the people working against the release of Mazi Nnamdi. Up to today, they are still fingered in the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa. They even made attempts to go and extradite Mazi Simon Ekpa and bring him to Nigeria. And Chuks disappointed them. Which one are you going to count on? Which one are you going to leave? These are a bunch of idiots that we have as leaders. People who don't care about themselves, let alone care. They don't even care about their own life. Let alone care about someone. Because if they care about their own life, they should know that there will be a repercussion for everything you do. A time will come when you will pay. You will pay for everything you do. You will pay every evil you do. You will pay for it. You pay for it. But what do we see? When are they going to begin to learn to protect themselves, protect their people? At what point will the Zoological Republic, with Igbo politicians working with the zoo, we know that it is necessary to talk about self-preservation? They even fight themselves. Look at even in this election. Look at the people that are attacking their own brother, Peter Obi. Is it not the Igbo people at the front line? Look at Seibo. Seibo, his mission, his mission is to destroy everything that has to do with Igbo people. Support Fulani agenda to the last. Look at Hope Uzodinma. Support Fulani agenda. Look at the other one in the Ebonyi State. The same thing. The only person that seemed to be a little bit better is Abia State. Abia State is the only one that is a little bit better. I'm not saying he's perfect. He has his own weaknesses. When he begins to talk rubbish that he doesn't have money to build seaport. Everyone will have their fault, but at least the Abia State governor is better than every one of them. What have Soludo done in Anambra State is there? Creating different kinds of security outfits to destroy the youth. Creating different kinds of security outfits to destroy the youth every day. Every day, new outfit. At what point will these people continue to start safeguarding our land? At what point will they begin to look towards our land? The time has come for every one of us to sit up, more especially those of us in this agitation. If you are in this agitation, please, at this moment of incubation of the case of Simon Ekpa, you have said, this is a critical time, it is not yet over. Continue to be on your knees and pray for Simon Ekpa. Forget your saga. Forget your propaganda. Forget your blackmail. Forget your personal interest or group interest. Focus on Biafra's interests. And one of the greatest interests of Biafra today is to release Simon Ekpa Joko. The only thing you are supposed to be doing with your platform, use your platform to expose Nigerian government and the atrocities. Continue to show the world those who are responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria. Continue to show them. We have been doing that since yesterday, and we will continue to do that and go forward. Show the world the people responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria. Show them. Since they feel they don't know, since they pretend they don't know, let's start showing them again. Let us start afresh. Don't worry. Even if it's a video you have played 10 times, play it again. Play it again. Show it to them again. Just like yesterday. Yesterday, we played the testimony of that prelate. A prelate that was arrested. We played the video again. Many of you have forgotten that video. I played the video again. The prelate, where a prelate was arrested and he pays millions to be saved. Was telling us what the Fulani's plan and how they took him and what they told him. The involvement of the Janjaweed in it. We saw it. The plans, we will continue to expose these lies. Continue to expose it. Since Finland government have not been paying attention, this is the time to continue to tell them and show them. Show them the people responsible for the insecurity in Biafra land. What matters now to us is how to save life. And that was what Simon Ekpa was doing. Simon Ekpa was only fighting to save innocent life. That was what he was doing. Nothing.
Most of you who claim you want businesses everywhere in Nigeria, for that reason, you want everybody to die. Nobody is above death. Death is going to visit everybody. Just have to pray that you live and make impact in this life. The impact that matters now, as far as Nigeria is concerned, is not the impact to make people millionaires. It is impact to make people to be alive. It is impact to make people to feel secure. It is impact to make people feel they are free. That is the biggest impact. People will become millionaires when they are alive. Of what use is it? You make somebody millionaire today and tomorrow he died by gunshot. Of what use will it be to the society? You pick up somebody and send him abroad and he come back to Nigeria and police kill him. It's happening every day. All right.
That is what matters to us, and that is the impact we are trying to make. That is what Mazi Simon Ekpa was trying to do. To save life. The only thing he was doing is to save life. Mazi Simon Ekpa was only trying to save life. Nothing else. Nothing else. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, on the same vein, was also ready to save life, including putting his own life on the line. Wherever you are as a Biafran, join us in this struggle and do what you want to do. If you're now prepared to work with us, if you're not prepared for Biafran freedom, you better get out of the way. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. If you are not ready, get out of the way. Let those who are ready do the job.
If you do not believe in what we're doing, get out. We're not going to stop. God knows we cannot stop until Biafra is restored. We are disturbing people. We have all death and killing of another soul. It's in our nature, that's how we are. And because of that, they have been coming and killing us all these years. We've kept quiet. They've been killing and killing and killing quiet. We have a case at the ICC. We have a case at Africa Union. We have a case of, what else again? Pending before the UN in New York. We've been to Geneva to tender our case. Before UN, till today, no? In fact, the more we complain to them, the more they come to our blood and rape our
That is why Finland is still arresting Mazi Simon Ekpa, even when we are complaining.
And who told them that's going to be possible in our time? In a time, in a movement that I lead, you think can come into our land and take it over? Oh dear. That means we don't know who we are.
That is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu speaking. We have made reports in so many places. Where has Finland been all this while? Did they see the report we have made to United Nations, Amnesty International, report that are coming? You didn't pay attention to that. All matters to you is your own interest. Where did you get your evidence against Mazi Simon Ekpa? $1 million question that we will continue to ask. We will continue to ask. The politicians in Biafra land, they don't care about us. They do not care about anybody. All they care is about themselves. Nigerian government is the one sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. It is not a propaganda. Even terrorists themselves confess. Let us listen to this video. The videos I'm playing here are old videos that you have forgotten about.
Notorious bandit leaders have agreed to end banditry as part of a peace-building initiative spearheaded by the Kaduna State government in collaboration with some federal government agencies to end violence in many parts of Kaduna and environs. Trust TV had exclusive access into the peace deal with at least 3 meetings across various bandit camps in Oborgen of Chuks local government area, Rima Forest, and Maidano in Yuan local government area, as well as Kamfani Doka along the Funchua Birnungwari Road. Some of the bandit leaders include Samaila Suleiman, known as Boka, who has been terrorizing areas of KK, Dongholu, and many communities in Millennium City, Chukun, and other communities in Kajuru local government area. He was also the mastermind of abductions in Kwara State and the May 2024 abductions of students of Confluence of Science and Technology, Osara, in Kogi State. People who left their houses and families should come back and continue with their normal life.
The person that you are seeing is a chief terrorist that have kidnapped school children, kidnapped people, took innocent life. This man you are seeing is granting a press interview in the name of peace deal. And up to today, this man is still kidnapping. This man is still kidnapping as you see. In that area, he's still kidnapping. Look at national TV. They gave him press interview with his glasses, covered eyes, and commanded. Only in Nigeria.
Communities in Kajuru local government area. He was also the mastermind of abductions in Kwara State and the May 2024 abduction of students of Confluence of Science and Technology, Osara.
They give him amnesty.
People who left their houses and families should come back and and continue with their normal life. Sadiq Yelo is another bandit leader operating around Kateri and Gadamala Mamman on Kaduna Abuja Highway, while Musa is another kingpin operating around.
The terrorists are not hiding. They know them. Look at them. They come for peace day with their gun, well armed with their guns.
This reconciliation because it will benefit the masses.
That is what the Northerns are doing.
We are seeking for your forgiveness so that we can understand one another.
This is what is happening in the northern part of Nigeria.
The notorious bandit leader Salahoro, who operates alongside Boka, as well as Yellow Jumpers, who operates
Look at them.
along Kaduna,
They came with all their arms.
could be blessed to impress the peace team.
These people are still rising up to today.
And Kabiru operating around Saban Birni and Maidaro villages in your local government areas. God knows that we are happy and ready for this.
Granting them press. They are granting them press interviews.
Trust Chief interviewed many of the bandits who expressed awareness with the criminal activities and expressed their commitment to bring violence to an end. We are now convinced that this government is for the people and we will support the peace deal. We don't want our children to be bandits like us, but to go to school. A government negotiator who wish to remain anonymous assured the bandit of government's commitment to peace in the region. He urged them to stop attacking villages and release all kidnapped individuals in their custody. He promised that those who accept the peace deal will be empowered with skills to help them transition to a more peaceful and productive livelihood. Recent statistics from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) reveal that between May 2023 and April 2024, over 614,937 Nigerians were killed and 2,235,000.
Imagine. And the people that kill them are the people they are forgiving here.
It also revealed
They say they are reaching 50.
1.2 trillion naira
God.
was paid as ransom. The report also indicated that the Northwest had the highest cases of kidnapping with 1,420,307 abducted, followed by the North Central with 317,887 and the Southeast 110,045. However, with the recent peace deal, residents of the affected communities have expressed joy and optimism that the peace deal would restore peace so they can return to their communities. I was born here and my children as well, and I am happy with this reconciliation. I will come back and continue with my family.
And may God restore peace in our community.
We are happy because I can't remember the last time I came here. We are happy with this peace initiative. In a statement, the Chief Press Secretary to the Kaduna State Governor Ibrahim Musa said, Kaduna State Government, in collaboration with some federal agencies, has established the Peace Dialogue Group that is developing the Kaduna model, which is a comprehensive framework for sustainable peace and security. This model, according to him, will include disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, alongside investment and rural development and conflict resolution. He said it is a holistic approach that addresses both the symptoms and the root causes of insecurity. He said the model entails engaging stakeholders tirelessly, and this non-kinetic approach led to numerous.
I hope the Finland government that is looking for terrorists, these are the terrorists. Nigerian government knows them. They are working with them. And they are shielding them.
Prosperity, progress, or what all you know, and but see, anyone had a Padomo, no, but the people support the ball. When I was permanent to the one, only person, I call a pro, I call a pro, two person, and 2 hours, no, na ya ga-arapụ unu n'ụlọ nsọ a waa adị ọrapụkwa unu na akakwuru ebe a na-akụ aka akụrụ na akụ dịde ntị ụnụ akụzi na onwerozi aka unu na-enye nkịta ụnụ akụzi na ebe pastọ na-anọ na cheeti na-agbado elu ndị na-akụrụ ya egwu na na-akụ egwu onye n'elu ebe pastọ ga-anọ obiri ezigbo ụlọ esi ya n'ekwu ya ụmụ ogbenye atụrụ ego jewere agbari ya fue na jeneretọ ma ogbe ihe a chemụ na sọnụ atụrụ eji chụ aja kedu ka esi ewere ụnụ chụ aja na aka ndị ji ụnụ chụ aja mma ejiri chụ aja na-agba moto 7 million 10 million naira ikpere ya eje ebe ịwa na ndị ụka ịfọdụ enwe ebe unu ga-eje ndị si ndị ụka nwere ebe unu na-eje onwekwa ebe unu na-eje obodo ejekwara ede kwuo na ọgaranya ije enugwe ga-adị ka anyị na ịga na-aga n'ikwe andị gị nwebe ọgaranya onwere ebe ị na-eje ma akwa na onwe ebe ị na-eje andị ịkwere ka ịdodo ndị mmadụ ebe a gwana anyị ga-akwadobe ọgụ onye bụrụ na ọmụ maka o nwere ezi ụmụ ya dịrị n'ọgụ na-ada ọbụna egbe ka ị nwere edo egbe edozi izo n'ọgụ na-ada ọbụna ọgwụ ka ị na-akwụta aji ekwụta ụmụ Izrel jiri gwọọ ọgwụ na Baịbụl ama mụ na amakwa nke ahụ na ndị ụmụ Izrel jiri ọgwụ gụọ Baịbụl wee bụrụ na akọwa ahụ prosperity adị mgbe nwere mgbe gwana ndị mmadụ na-alụ ọgụ na Baịbụl ihe na ha na-akụ gị na Baịbụl ọbụ mmadụ anaghị ebe jiri ọgụ agwaghị ha na ndị Filista na-ewe lụọ Filista nọdụ n'obodo oyibo ọrụ na-azụ ụwa ka ọ dị Filista nọdụ n'eluigwe ụmụ Izrel enwe echekwa aka onye ebudo ụmụ Izrel nwa ya dị ụmụaka iche ụmụ Izrel ọbụla na eluigwe ka ọ dị nekwa Izrel na ebe enyi ya na-ekwu okwu ya jeresịrị obodo n'obodo dị ya ụfọdụ eluigwe ka ọ dị Jerusalem dị ebe enyi ihe niile na Filista dị ebe enyi Kọrịntịans ihe niile a na-agbaghị akwụkwọ ndị Kọrịntịans dịka edere ndị ihe niile abụ n'ụwa mụ na gị na-agba nọka ome o ihe mere eme ebe a ihe mere eme ada o nwere ndị o mere n'oge fa so n'oge nke anyị eje ọgụ kwado ya ọgụ na ọgụ na-ada gbabatara ndị mmadụ na ọgụ na-ada mụ na agbanwere ha weta ji wetara isi weta nke a weta projekti mụ na enwere projekti ya zuo n'ike projekti mmadụ na nke emetere emetere igbe gbana ndị mmadụ na ọgụ na-ada let people get ready ka ọsọrọ ọgụ na-adịghị akịta na-abụrụ ezigbo ọgụ ụmụazị ndị Igbo be anyị mụrụ na anya ọgụ na-ada a na-ekwu na ọgụ na-ada ma nkunu si aghọta mụ na na-aghọta ihe ịnakọta na enweta ga-ebere isi onye ụka egburu isi eji na abalị awa onweghị ihe umenwu enweta onye isi ndị ka na-egburu isi ụtọwa onweghị ihe imenwu abịa n'ihu gara nwunyegara ụmụ gị niile kwerezi igwe ụcha ebere arabere igbubere na onweghị ihe imenwu mgba ifere fara akwa gị kụwakwa aka ịtọkwa ebe ị na-akwa ka a na-agwụ ụmụ ga apụta na-agwụ onweghị ihe imenwu onweghị awa menwu a nakata egburu fada isi ha eyirisi blak kpagharịa dịtụ mgbe ibi na mgbe ejibido igwu fada ka ha ji wee bido na-akpagharị na-eme protest oge mbụ wezie ege n'ụzọ ọma na ọ ga-adịcha mma gịnị kwara na ọ ga-adị mma onye ifu ka ọ na-anwụ anwụ isi ya na ọ ga-adị mma kemgbe ọ ga-adị mma ndị pepụl na-enwere ọgụ na ọgụ na-akpado ịda n'obodo ọgụ na-ada n'obodo ka ọ na ndị mmadụ ha si ebume ihe ha ga-eji wee gaa lụọ ọgụ onye nwere ego were kashi gị tii n'akpa na-ese ebubo ka chara be gị ọ na-abụ ọgụ ada ị na-enye ndị agha onye agha nwude gị inye ego ọ ga-abalị ugodi ego ahụ inyere for the moment ọ gwa gị na-awa were ego a na-azụgodi onwe gị gba ndị na-edere asọ ego adị ijekwa na bankị ahụ ị na-amakwa na ịkpatụkwa akapatụkwa ị na-ese ekwukwa ego bikọ na bankị nwere bankị ga-efelu onye ọbụla mgbe ahụ maka na ọgụ anyị adada kịta ebuzo bank akụ ewe bee ya ebe akụ ewe pịawa agha azụ so ndị ụka ka nna chigwa ga gbalị ndị mmadụ na ọgụ na-ada ụlọ ekụziri ihe ọzọ na-agba ha na ọgụ na-ada ọ maka ị na-amụdebe gị n'aka ka iji ekweta ma na-eme a na-enwute ndị mmadụ n'aka ọgụ na-ada ọgụ na-ada and ọgụ aga dị ihe edere na Baịbụl emere ụlọ gụrụ matara ọya ada mana onwe chọrọ ịnya nkịta maka ọ na-eke ka na-azụta ego n'ime ahịa ọgụ na-ada tee pepụl na-akwado elu ọgụ ịkwesịrị ihe iyi na-ezi ya fụrụ Jenụwarị to Disemba ofu ihe na-agba aka ị na-agba chejide ha tọpik gbana ha na ọgụ na-ada anaghị agụsọ mpaata na Baịbụl ka ha wee kpọtara ọgụ na-ada ịga na revelation ọgụ a na-ada na edere ya na ọ ga-ada mana ị naghị alaiki igo revelation fụ ebe igo revelation ihe ebe ya akụ ebe dị gị important ebe ndị ụka ya na wee laiki ya gị enye onye projekti Sọnde enye nke ndị Foundation enye nke ndị Man U enye nke ndị General enyezighị nke ndị a na-akpọ Jizọs ihe niile na-enyekọcha mgbe ụrụ na-atọ na bildin ụnụ arụ nke ọrụ nke a na-arụkasị ihe na-arụ ụnụ toziri na rebild onwezi ha anaghị emezi ihe ọfọ ọ rebild ihe nke arụrụ ochie arụgharịpa ahịa nke arụ nkụkọta egbughepụ ya akụ ya parapet arụkwa ọzọ ụmụ ogbe ha na-ata afụ onwebeghị ebe ụka rụbara ihe rụọ ụlọ ụka rụrụ ọrụchi ogbenye sorotu ego arụcha ụlọ ụka ahụ ogbe ya gụọ ya akwụkwọ gwa m ụlọ ụka ahụ the most expensive church enwere and the most expensive school enwere bụ ndị ụka nwunye mana ndị ga-atụ ibi abụ ụmụ ogbenye rụsịa ndị ahụ ọrụ na-ama ebiri ekpere Wednesday ka ha rapụ ndị ọkụ ọtụ ka ha rapụ maka ndị ọkụ ọtụ ndị nwere ego n'anya ụnụ ka ha rapụ ndị ọkụ ọtụ oligo ụmụ ogbenye ihe nyekwara gị aka chekwanata ndị big man ga-enye ha aka paa ya ọpa ya anụghị anụcha mgbe edobe iji wee ụmụ akwụkwọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ edekpakpọrọkwa ndị ụmụ ọkụ ọtụ ahụ dịka isi chie adịkpakpọrọkwa ha ga-agụgwụ ya maka praịs gị tinye ndị ga-ekwu ya ọkwa ndị ọkụ ọtụ ahụ ị na-akpọkwa ọkụ ọtụ kịta bikọ ọdụrụ ọkara gị wee nwe ego bụrụ onye ọkụ ọtụ nwere ihe na-ada faya ndị ọha edu faya akụ n'ụdagide mgidere ọnụ nwụrụ ọkụ ala nwụrụ ọkụ elu nwụrụ ọkụ ana nwụrụ ọkụ faya ogedu ka ọcha nje bidoro ịgba ọkụ ụnụ ncha gbapụcha onwe ezo ya 5 onye ọbụla n'ọrụ onwe ya bụ ụka ndị ọ na-ewu nke ọ na-edobe obi iwe n'ikpeazụ gwana ndị mmadụ eziokwu hapụ ịnwụ na agba ndị gwana ndị mmadụ na ọgụ na-ada gwana ndị mmadụ nsogbu anyị nwere ịrụgide anụma ndị ọbụ ndị esmen n'ime ọhịa ebe ị ga-agbaba ma alụgba ọgụ ka ha jiri birigote ebirigi ya den ebiri n'ime ọhịa kọnka ime ọhịa niile nne ga-agba n'ọsọ n'ugbo nna ga-agba n'ọsọ n'ugbo gbagote n'elu ala n'elu ala anyị na-ekwu okwu ha niile nọchara jọnshọn niile si abanye na bonu si na onwebụ ihe ịfụrụ nwebụ ihe ịchọrọ imepe anya ha niile nọchara jọnshọn bonu ịnọkọta na azụbeghị maka na kpakpakpakpakpakpa ọgọ n'ụdụrụ na polisi akwụkwọ na azụ ụlọ m na ọgụ ada kịta ka ebe ị ga-ezo kịta arụsị ihe dị n'obodo unu buru ya buru soro unu kwuru ya n'aha Jizọs unu ebere n'aha Jizọs wee resọt ya anyị n'aha onyekwa Jizọs unu na-agbafu unu na-egwu enwere unu kwuo nke unu ekwu.
This very program has a lot of humor. You know, it's not every time we laugh, we be serious. It's a very humorous message, but it has a strong message. This message is very clear. There is something coming, and everybody must prepare ourselves. It is not just about praying. I think there's a portion in the Bible that said that the time will come when you have to sell everything you have and buy the sword to protect yourself. Self-defense is not a play. It's something that people must begin to consider, because these people are not going to back down. They're not backing down. More especially as they go towards their election next year. You see how many people that lost their life in common, what is your state or whatever that had election. People lost their life, and they are preparing for war already. Everybody must learn to protect themselves. Be very careful. Don't lose your senses because of your religion. Don't lose senses because of religion. Always apply your senses and focus on reality. Work on the things you can see. Those you cannot see, you continue to commit them to the hand of Chuks to direct us aright. This message is very humorous. You can listen to it and you laugh, but while you are laughing, there is a serious message that is hidden in that very place. And I want you to pay attention to that message. Always pay attention to the message. There is always a message attached with all these humors that we are showing. There is a message attached to this. Don't skip that message. Don't ignore that message. You laugh and you laugh and you laugh and you forget yourself. We are revisiting all these informations. Since Finland say they don't know the insecurity in Nigeria, who are the ones causing the trouble, since they have not been perfect, we are showing them now and we are asking them, what have they done all this while? All this while. What have they done? What have they done? Does it mean that they were not paying attention? Does it mean that they don't care? What have they done? All this while that all these atrocities are being committed in all parts, everywhere. What have they done? Why have they kept silent? Why have they kept silent? And why do they think that Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoko, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the problem of Nigeria? Why on earth will anybody think that our leaders are the problem of this political problem? Why would any sensible person think so? In a country that does not care about its own, a country that does not care about itself, a country that does not care about its own people. The primary objective of every government is to protect the life and property of its own people. Once a government has failed to do that, that government has failed. It has failed. Wherever you are, as long as you believe on this man, our eternal leader, Dim Odemegwu, you believe on our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you believe on Mazi Simon Ekpa, we are one people pursuing one project. We have only one goal. We have only one goal, the freedom of Biafra. One goal is what we have. While we wait for the verdict to come, wherever you are, don't forget. Continue in your own way to do everything you can do to see that Biafra is defended. Continue to do everything you can do to see that we protect the image of Biafra. Be on your knees and continue to pray for Mazi Simon Ekpa. It is not yet over. In fact, we are just starting. While we are waiting for this is a period that the Nigerian government will do everything they can. All those criminal organizations, all those Igbo politicians, all those criminals, they will continue to do the underground work to change the verdict. to change the court, to turn the court against us, we know that Chukwu Okike Abiama has all the powers. When God said yes, nobody can say no. That is why prayer is needed. We have done our own work as human. We have done what we can do as human beings. Now is the time for prayer. We have to allow prayers to work. Let our prayer do its own work. That is where we are now. That's where we are. So, my fellow Biafrans, before we round up, let us round up to go to the news. Let us go to Nigerian news and show the world the kind of news you have in Nigeria. So that people who are watching, we understand the kind of country we say we don't want to be part of. They will know the reason we say we don't want to be part of Nigeria. Because those who do not know, we think that we just wake up and we are making trouble. When we say we don't want to be part of Nigeria, there's a reason. And we want to bring the news that is coming from that zoological republic for those who did not know, to know why we say we don't want to be part of it. So today, we are going to their news. Let's see the information they have in their news. And we will share it with the world and let the world know what is going on. Starting from here. This one says, NAFDAC orders recall, destruction of sachet alcohol, threatens violations with heavy fines, business closure. That is misplaced priority. They are fighting alcohol. Mad people. Look at this one. 334 tourist travelers missing after massive flash floods near Nepal, China border. So, Imo government to spend 1.1 billion on refreshment in 3 months, another 458 million on honorarium. Hey, this is how they spend your money. This is how they spend your money. Only refreshment, ordinary refreshment alone. Imo state government under hopeless use of danger is spending. Refreshment, a governor is spending. In 3 months, he is spending, they say, another 458 million. In Imo State, they spent 1.1 billion. 1.1 billion on refreshment. 1.1 billion only on church refreshment in 3 months. And another 458 million on honorable. These are the kind of Nigeria we don't want to be part of. Imo State. Rural Finland order civil society petition NHRC over alleged secret detention of Igbos in Wawa mystery bodies in Imo. You see, this is what we are saying. Where is Finland government? Look at this one. No be IPOBO. This one is not my sister Nnamdi saying. Look at it. Rulak, Federal orders civil society petition NHRC over alleged secret detention of Igbo. Secret detention of Igbos in Wawa. Mystery bodies in Imo. Is it Mazen Nnamdi? Is it Mazen Simon Ekpa? Where is Finland authority? Look at the kind of news. This news is what Finland is supposed to be paying attention to. These are credible organizations they can contact. They can go and investigate. Civil society already, they petition, and this is why they have begun to smuggle the bodies. This is what I told you. They have begun to remove the bodies and they go and burn them and remove them so that they will not find out where the bodies are coming from. Bodies of Igbo people. Igbo people detained in Wawa. Igbo people detained in Wawa. Is it Wawa or Wawa? Mystery bodies in Imo State. This is what Mazen Simon Ekpa was fighting against. This is what Mazen Nnamdi was fighting against. And they took him out. And the Finland government today is the one doing their case. May God have mercy on them. God will not forgive all of you. God will not forgive you. He will never. If you don't make your correction now, you are going to pay the price, just like the British is paying. Omoyele Sowore has experienced just not the kind the establishment want to recognize by Dr. Oluwase Akinloye. Of course, I have said it. Omoyele Sowore is a good guy, fighting his own cause. But as far as Nigeria is concerned, that kind of his agitation cannot work in Nigeria. It will just be a wasted effort and wasted time. The kind of agitation Omoyele Sowore is doing cannot work in Nigeria. Do it for 1,000 years, you end up losing your life. NFF committed report exposes alleged cash for players scandal in Super Falcon board interference failure. This is Nigerian news. Corruption, criminality, insecurity. That is what you see. We are reading Nigerian news. So anybody that's watching across the world, wherever you're watching, either you're watching on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, this is Nigerian news. These are the kind of things you see in Nigeria. Meta to pay up to 16.7 billion in child safety settlement to US states. When it comes to other countries, you see there's news. Ghana reject MTN financial support for victims of xenophobic attack in South Africa. Look at this one. What is this? What is this betrayal? What is it doing? Igboho, don't stop police from arresting me. No, Igboho didn't stop police from arresting me. He rescued them from mob attack. Yoruba traditional religion adherent Tani Olohun. Igboho has lost his value now. He has lost his value. He's no longer Igboho. He's now working for the government. So we all know what he stands for. Delta Dopa officials' personal account leaked to 1 billion transaction amidst disputed relocation of housing plots. Corruption. That is what their news. That's Nigerian news. Corruption. Stealing. Loss of life. That is what you see in their news. Nothing more than that. How 10 Nigerian police officers fell defending KB community from hundreds of bandits on 250 motorcycle report. You can imagine. Tomorrow they will tell you to come and join police. Tomorrow they will tell you to come and join army. Meanwhile, they are wasting their manpower every day. Wasting them. Look at it. How 10 Nigerian police officers fell defending KB community from hundreds of bandits on 250 motorcycles. That is the zoological republic for you. Go and serve the zoo and come back dead. It's not come back in shape. Come back dead. Serve the zoo and come back dead. 20 years arrested, 20 years old, arrested for allegedly killing father with machete in Anambra. You can imagine. Anambra of our own. You see the kind of pressure. You see the kind of pressure Nigeria is putting on young people. You see the kind of pressure Nigeria is putting on. Look at a 20 years old, an Igbo boy in Anambra machete his own father. Unheard of. Abomination of the highest order. Only Nigeria. It's only Nigeria that will make that possible. Only Nigeria that will make that possible for a child to remove machete and machete his own father. I don't want to read the story. Nigeria won't pay above 605 liters for petrol under accord. Go and sit down, bunch of idiots. You make promises you cannot fulfill. After making bogus promises, make him a president. Tomorrow you see a different thing. Mad people everywhere. What is this one saying? Soon election. 125 special duty allowances witnessed. Nonsense. Criminality. That is what you see in all their news. EFCC recover over $500 million in cash assets for Nigerian government in 3 years. Olukoyode. You recover. Where the money there now? Imagine. You recover 500 million in cash. Cash. You recover. And still, your brother they borrow money every day. Your brother is borrowing millions every day. Where this one where you recover, where you say you recover in cash. Where is the money? Crazy bunch of idiots. Mad people. Detergent and paracetamol in fufu Nigeria reacts to shocking food processing claims. Everything there, Nigeria is a place where everything is possible. Kuje Council chairman make U-turn after public backlash, denies threatening non-APC residents with expulsion. I saw the video now where you were threatening people if they don't join APC, you expel them. You deny them. I saw the video. You deny them. Criminals everywhere. EFCC offer whistleblowers up to 5% for recovering stolen Nigerian assets anywhere in the world. Nonsense. Nonsense. Only idiots will come and blow whistle to you people. Only idiotic people will come and blow whistle for you to go and recover and reloot again. You recover and reloot. That is what they are doing in their EFCC. They recover and they reloot it. But only stupid idiots will come and give you people information. Whistleblower by foot. Police arrest Captain Juna in Kanu. Over 3.5 million, $1,500 romance fraud. Threats to leak woman's intimate videos. You see, police arrest Captain Juna. A captain is doing Yahoo in Nigeria. All the able. This one. Edo residents flee homes, sleep in bushes as Aro baggers, confraternity members go on rampage. Edo State. People are talking about responsible things. Edo State, they do court. They are talking about responsible. They are talking about the insecurity in the land. They do bagger and Aro. You know, we use that your bagger and Aro protect your people. Fulani is in charge of their bushes everywhere. Fulani is kidnapping them. Instead of them going to they do bagger and Aro. Only in Nigeria. That is what Nigeria produces. Mentally derailed people. That's deranged people. That is what you have in Nigeria. Uni Abuja excluded 400 level students from hostel as ERC condemns policy. Nigeria, they will frustrate the life of people every time. EFCC sees aircraft leaked to power project committee member who took 30 million bribe. That is it. That is Nigeria for you. It's only fraud and bribe, terrorism you will see in their news. Photo. Faces of 10 Nigerian police officers who fell fighting hundreds of bandits in Kebbi. Look at the innocent people that lost their life in the name of Nigeria. You are securing Nigeria. Look at them, innocent people. Tomorrow, go and join Nigerian military. Go and join police. They will send you to bandit without any ammunition, without any preparation. The $1 trillion business of hyper-connected content-driven world that creates a generation of lonely people by Daniel Oduko Okonkwo. And these are writers. The subsidy they said we could not afford. Who really paid for Nigerian great fuel reform? A bunch of liars now. But on our own, so ask big question. Solution is already there. Biafrans are putting solution. When I go join the solution and asking big question. FBI arrests Massachusetts lawmaker over alleged 700,000 COVID relief fraud. And so, the COVID. Enugu government tells head fellows. Enugu government tells head fellows, go undercover, expose absentees doctors, poor service at PHCS. US seizes China leaked hacking platform used to target NASA Federal Reserve. Malaria outbreak at Germany airport, kill worker, infects 5 others. Malaria. 25 democratic states sue US Postal Service over Trump rules restricting mail in voting. That one concern now. That one now concern. Trump is a disappointment. Very, very big disappointment to us this time around. That Christian genocide have dented his record. He doesn't know. Article is confused. Tinubu president's mock ex VP over 3 petrol subsidy position in 2 weeks. Nonsense. All of you are the same thing, bunch of idiots and criminals. 65 Nigerians from 13 states to arrive Lagos Wednesday night after fleeing South Africa amid xenophobia. South Africa, that one a country, and I go live and die. Plateau. Mother shields 2 children with her body. Survives terror attack that killed 3 others. That is what you see in Nigeria. A mother has to put her own life on the line to save her children. See, breaking. Alaafin of Oyo declares chieftaincy title given to Brazilian Yomoja worshipper, null and void. The traditional rulers on a tribe. Accepting transport money from a man without seeing him could land you in jail. This one are for women, though. The Nigerian police say if you collect transport money, you no come go see the person. They fit jail you. For people where they Nigeria women, no collect money if you no say you no go see the person. This one says, amid men carrying rifles reportedly patted down for explosive. Where this one they happen? Where this one they happen? Armed men carrying rifle patted down for explosive at secret checkpoint in Yemen. You can hold your rifle, but explosive, now that one I think the matter for them to pass. Kaduna ex-governorship aspirant Madaki dumps NDC. Go and see that if you like, dump your family, dump your papa, no concern you. That's none of my business. South African police hunt man who allegedly hacked girlfriend, her sister, 1 other to death with spade. Yeah. Imagine. These South African people are mentally sick, or most of them. Nigerian law school also poor facilities, law graduate associate tackles council over Atiba University suspension. The video would have been arrested in Rwanda, Ethiopia, over his politically post during Osun election, says Surubu 8. Niara. Everything is politics for you people. Showore vows to shut down Nigeria, resist any attempt to steal his mandate, even if it costs his life. I trust you for that one. You go do a more, but they don't even allow you near close. Say you won't come protect your mandate. They will not allow you anywhere close. That's what they are known for. As for you, if you win, I know you can go for your mandate. Unlike P2B, that is really hard. If you win, I know you will go for your mandate. But for them to allow you to come close, that one will not happen. It's not happening. It's not happening. Accused 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, 3 co-defendants to stand trial in 2028. So they are still there, cooling down. Kaduna PDP vowed to resist arrest, intimidation of government critics. Mad people. Una talk no give it. NFF President Ibrahim Gassau, executive committee members resign amid crisis in Nigerian football. Everything na bribe for now. No be away calamity no day. Disaster full level. Nepal, Tibet flood, more than 1,300 missing, including 700 foreigners. Wow. 165 dead. So good wow. So good one at Tibet. Nigerian High Commission media coordinator in Ghana resigned, alleges pressure to keep silent on 2 billion naira allocation. That's it. Now you keep silent. Is that your resign? If you don't keep silent, they will buy you. So the guy just resigned his own. That is Nigeria for you. Nigeria recorded 7,825 kidnapped victims, 1,142 deaths, 7.8 billion ransom paid in 1 year. Where is Finland authority? Does it mean that Finland is not paying attention? All these things that is being mentioned about insecurity in Nigeria, does any one of them come close to? Did they mention as Nnamdi Kanu or something called Biafra agitation? Are we connected to it? Why is it? What does Finland know about Nigeria that we don't know? And if they have known, why are they acting in such a way? Nigeria recorded 7,825 kidnapped victims, 1,142 deaths, 7.8 billion ransom paid in 1 year. 1 year alone. This thing is 1 year old. Is in 1 year, in 1 year alone. In 1 year alone. 7,825 kidnapped in a country, a sovereign country. This is the country they want you to be part of. This is the country that Finland is defending. This is the country that Finland is telling us that we cannot go on self-defense to protect ourselves. A country where 7,825 people are kidnapped in 1 year, and you say people should not protect themselves. You say people should not act to defend themselves. You say self-defense is a crime. You must be mad. You must be sick upstairs. A country where 1,142 deaths happened on this kidnapping issue. 7.8 billion paid for ransom. And you say people should not protect themselves. You say Simon Ekpa should not act. Only God will answer you people. Nigerian police challenge very dark man. Overclaim checkpoint officers leak wealthy motorist detail to kidnappers. That is the truth. You can challenge him anything. He's part of you, so say anything. Very dark man was right. He was right. He didn't just make that claim. He's right. He was right. Nigerian nurses face license renewal cost hike as MCPDP fee doubled to 40,000 naira. Activists condemn new charges. That is, they're always looking for how to extort money from innocent citizens that they didn't help. Look at this one. Boko Haram faction collected 90% of Nigerians nearly $5.8 million ransom payment in 1 year. You do hear them? No, I don't hear this one clear. Finland, don't hear this one. Oh. Finland, where are you? Boko Haram faction collected 90% of Nigerians nearly $5.8 million ransom payment in 1 year. In 1 year. In 1 year. $5.8 million in 1 year. Now him Boko Haram collect as ransom. And the country where they say make you can't stay. Oh, I'm a Nigerian. Oh, I will be a Nigerian. God forbid. Holy Ghost fire. FAN clears boat to resume operation at Nigerian airport after passenger outcry. Bunch of idiots. Wait till this one they talk. Lagos Sky officials rescue a child at Alakija Junction. What happened to the child? Lagos Sky officials rescue a child at Alakija Junkyard along Lagos Badagry Expressway. Small child, though. That is Nigeria. Maybe the parents don't tire. Maybe the mother don't tire. No way to survive again. The mother self don't tire for the world. He leave the pikin. That is what Nigeria produces. How police raided ex-Niger deputy governor's aide's home at midnight, detain him despite not knowing his offense. That is Nigeria. They can detain you indefinitely. They don't need to know you. You don't need to commit any crime for Nigerian police to arrest you. You don't need to commit a crime. They just need to want to arrest. Once they want to arrest you, they pick you. And that is it. There's nothing you can do. My fellow Biafrans, that is all we have for the update on the Zoological Republic information. We will continue to bring news from the Zoological Republic. We will continue to show the world what the Zoological Republic is made up of. That is why we are here. We will continue to expose the Zoological Republic. We will continue to tell the world why it is necessary that we will leave Nigeria. We will continue to prove the innocence of our leaders, Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we will continue to prove their innocence every day, every night, every morning. The Biafran battle is not stopping. We have just started. Wherever you are watching this program from, please continue to pray for our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. Continue to pray for our school, Nnamdi Kanu. Don't you ever relent in your effort. If you think it's over, you are a joker. We are just starting. We are just starting. If you think the battle is over, you are a joker. I bet you are joking. You are completely joking. Every one of us must wake up. We must wake up before it is too late. We must wake up. Wake up and face the reality of the day. Wake up and face the truth. Wake up and face the order of the day. My fellow Biafrans, this is the time to pray. We have done our work. Supporting Nnamdi Kanu and Simon, more especially on the case of Simon, we have done everything that has to be in court and outside. Today, the board, we have given everything out. People have made their contributions, and it is now on the table of Finland. On the ground, I know many attacks are coming. Many things are going on the ground. But since we have no chance, we have no power to go to that side, we will go to that area spiritually. We need to continue spiritually. If you are a Christian, pray. If you are a Muslim, pray. If you are a Jewish, pray. If you are a traditionalist, pray. Consult your own God. All we want is justice. Let justice be done. Once justice is done, our Prime Minister will be free. Nothing is going to stop him. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama continue to guide and protect every single one of us in this very program. I pray that Chukwu Okike Abiyama will never ever disappoint us. I pray that Chukwu Okike Abiyama will never ever let us down. No matter what the enemies are saying, no matter what they do, Chukwu Okike Abiyama will never leave us. We have come a long way. We have made a lot of sacrifices. And we have continued to make sacrifices. We cannot continue to suffer. It is time for Chukwu Okike Abiyama to intervene. It is time for Chukwu Okike to intervene. Because once he says yes, nobody can say no. We have done our part. And as we have done our part, the remaining is in the hand of Chukwu Okike Abiyama to do. And we believe and trust in him that he will never let us down. He will never let us down. Chukwu Okike Abiyama will never ever let us down. He will always lead and we will follow. The battle ahead of us, Chukwu Okike Abiyama is going to lead the battle and we will follow. And at the end of the day, victory will be ours. We will never give up. Wherever you are as a Biafran, don't give up. Don't give up. Do not give up. Are we going to win this battle? We will win the battle. There's no need to be afraid. There is no need to be afraid. No matter the battle they bring, no matter the propaganda, no matter the blackmails, we must continue to do what we have to do to make sure that our voice is heard. The battle is not an easy battle. The battle is not an easy battle. It's a very tough battle. Are we going to win the battle? I strongly believe that we win that battle. We don't need to be afraid. And as we conclude this message today, I pray that Chukwu Okike Abiyama will continue to guide and protect every Biafran, wherever you are. Every single Biafran, any part of the world where you are and you're watching this program, please, if you have not liked this program, like and share this program. Give a thumbs up. And if you have not subscribed, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe, like, and share. Very important. Subscribe, like, and share. We are in a time of radical evangelism. We are in a time of visibility. You don't know who is going to see what you share. You don't know who is going to see it. We are focusing on people who are not even Biafrans. Share it. You don't know who is going to see it. We want visibility. Very important. The world is not showing us what is happening. We want people to begin to engage in the case of Simon, begin to discuss it. We want people to begin to talk about it. Because public opinion and narrative matters a lot. We want people to begin to look into the matter. May Chukwu guide and protect all of us. May Chukwu guide and protect our supreme leader, Nnamdi. May Chukwu guide and protect our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. No weapon formed or fashioned against us as Biafra shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our supreme leader, Nnamdi, shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our Prime Minister, Simon, shall prosper. I thank you all for being on this platform and joining me on this program. We are going to come back again this evening for more update. And before I go, I'm going to play an interview between Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi for us to while away time with it while we take our rest. I'm going to come back again later in the day. Thank you so much for being part of this program, and I will see you again by the grace of Chukwu. Stay blessed and see you when we meet again on the next program. Thank you so much for being part of the program, and stay blessed. Have a wonderful day. May Chukwu guide and protect all of you. Stay blessed. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. As you all have seen, we are being under attack, and finally we are back. As we are going to wait for our viewers to join back,
everybody. See you
we are going to go on commercial, which is very, very important. This commercial will take just 2 minutes before we start. We apologize because, when it comes to tech, anything can happen. When the enemies are angry and they are not happy with the progress that is being made on Biafra restoration, you see what is going on now will be going on. But we are very resolute. Giving up is never in our dictionary, and we are going to continue. On this note, we are going to start this program based on three principles. Yes, so we are starting based on three principles. The first principle is the freedom of speech. We are going to visit, what the freedom of speech said, especially most of the international laws about the freedom of speech. And then after that, we go to the state formation, what is being recognized as state. What is state when people, group of indigenous people, or people of same ethnic group are agitating or wanting the freedom or independent or sovereignty state. We are going to go very briefly on that, and then the third one will be on the international standard, of freedom of first international standard of freedom of expression. Two is what the IPOB has filed in 2016 to the International Criminal Court. This communication was done in 2016 by Professor Goran Slota and Andrew Nnamdi. Of course, you are very, very conversant with that. And then after that, we start the program. Why are we doing this? Why do we have to make references to these three issues I've mentioned here? Is because a lot of people will say that okay, what you have to do it this way, you have to do it that way, wait for international community to intervene and all that. But we want to tell them this evening that all these things they are saying, IPOB under your leadership has done even more than expected, and there is nothing to show for it anywhere today. You have written to International Criminal Court, you have hired some of the best lobbyists all over the world, you have done all this, and today we are going to show it to the public for the very first time, the application filed to the ICC in 2016. I know you'll be very surprised that I'm talking. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear. Simon,
Yeah. So I'm going to put the application IPOB under your leadership filed to the International Criminal Court in 2016. Yes. We are only going to read because it is about 93 pages. So when people are talking, they are saying something they know nothing about. They don't know how far you have gone with the IPOB, especially to get justice for what the Nigerian government has done to our people. So today I am going to release only one tip of the iceberg, and I'm doing it for the very first time on this program. It's going to be on the screen very shortly, because this program is going to be completely different than what normal what we have been doing all this while. It's going to be completely different. And then also, if the attack is too much that they couldn't allow us to do something or do it the way I wanted to do it, then what we have to do is that we will have to reschedule, and I will set up a Zoom, because I'll be getting a lot of messages from different media as I'm talking to you right now. I've been getting a lot of messages from different media houses, and they are telling me what to do. They are telling me to do this and do that. So if this doesn't work out, we have to now reschedule. Yes. Exactly.
But I don't thank viewers and listeners for their patience. Patiently waiting that the numbers are back up again where it was before we were rudely interrupted. But we must proceed.
So before we go forward, could you tell our viewers a little bit about this application I've just mentioned to you, filed in 2016?
In 2016, our lawyers, our attorneys in Europe, approached the ICC to make or to present a very compelling case about the human rights abuses being perpetrated by the Nigerian government against Biafra. As well, we know, currently a very wonderful work. That was in 2016. Also in 2017, additional work was done by our lawyers here in the United States of America. In 2018, additional work was done by our lawyers back home. In 2019, we hired one of the top human rights lawyers in the world to litigate this very matter before the ICC against the Nigerian government. In that same 2019, and as you said, for the very first time, providing clarity on this very matter, I went to the ICC myself. I was deposed. I told them exactly what was happening. They said we shouldn't discuss it when we got our side, and we've been waiting since 2019 and 2021. And instead of doing something about the, should I say, the very relentless pursuit of the people, the Nigerian government has been involved into killing our people, not just killing us. We have now arrived at a situation where our women are being abducted and raped in the north because ISIS failed to
with some way for how many years now? 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. We have people in the day on a monthly basis paying the tons of money to be collecting all this evidence against the Nigerian government for the sole purpose of bringing this matter before the ICC and this for them to investigate. But due to the overwhelming political pressure on them, they have not been able to do anything about it. The only reason why they issued some kind of statement a few weeks ago, or should I say a couple of months ago, was because of the NSAS protest. If not, I would have mentioned it. I am in the United States of America, where we had a very top lobbying firm at Washington, D.C. at huge expense among them. You also know about the submission we made to the United Nations. And General Kalama's report, everybody has read it. We went there, IPOB, he mentioned IPOB and Biafra. You can see that report on human rights abuses. I have been to Geneva. I sat down with the United Nations officials in Geneva. I have been to the EU. Most of them have been to the House of Law with the presentation before Brandon Fox. I have been to Capitol Hill here in the United States of America in Washington to present our case. So we are able to want us to take our cases too because of what we've done about it. These are the things that people don't understand. Most of the contracts, most of the work we are doing, you cannot see. You cannot write about them, talk about them. It's not for this very program, I'm going to be discussing this. But it's about time our people realize that we are doing all we can to present all this catalog of abuse and degradation before the conscience of the international community. But unfortunately, Britain is working for Nigeria. There is what's called the money of single presidents in Nigeria, and they still see Nigeria as a contraction to creating. They still see Nigeria as a place they can come to Biafra and take our oil and gas without paying for it. Therefore, anything that can sustain the false unity of Nigeria is what they are going to encourage. They see Biafra as and this is that target plan they have, which is to keep this contraction together for them to have unfettered and unrestricted access to our resources. And that is what has been happening. But unfortunately, our people are not intelligent enough to understand this. Every year we spend money. We have somebody in the day right now collecting all the evidence, the cases, everything, all the mothers, all the capacity, everything. But for ICC, all of that very thing is another problem. When I say that Biafra is going to be a national miracle of people don't try to understand what I mean by that. Biafra is not the number of people and forces. They don't understand. Those of us at the cold face of this struggle, inside, we know who our enemies are. And they are numerous. But I am very, very confident in praying because the God we serve is the one that made this very place and his word is true. And on that very promise, we anchor our hope with the rest. All that we are doing to restore that. And we know that we have a lot of enemies. We've not done anything to them. This is that kind of we feel it's very confusing. Biafrans built the United States of America. The majority of all the hard-working free men and women they took from the western coast of Africa, they shipped them to the USA. They are the ones that made this country. So they see something that we cannot see. They know we are very productive, they know we are hard-working, but above all, Britain knows that we are blessed. It is not blessed from God that Britain also wants to see rise up happen. And that is why that is a very primitive for the people to suppress us. You saw yesterday that Britain BBC was advertising army positions, actually it was telling what happened to them. And And I know that BBC functions on task force, that's a license. They don't accept any other. So how come BBC in Nigeria is advertising for people to join the army of Nigeria for free? Because they are, of course, agents of the country that are working for president. They want Nigerian army ranks to swell up so they can suppress any measure of uprising against the very decaying, crumbling government of so that's what's going on. What our people need to realize is this. What we go through on a daily basis to ensure that our cases are heard all over the world is tremendous. Everywhere, especially today. But if the world continues to turn a blind eye and they continue to kill, to rape, to murder, to slaughter people, to take our land, yes, we have to put our hands up in nothing. That's a thing. That's enough our backs now. And that's what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nnamdi, one of Biafra. Another thing I want to, this is just an introduction to what we are going to discuss this evening. Another thing I want to ask you is that, there is a man called Peter Smithers. Peter Smithers in 1998. In 1998, wrote a Nigeria lesson from Sir Smithers. Sir Smithers said the negotiation that the Nigeria as a state was a grave mistake. After 40 years, it is clear that this was a grave mistake which has cost many lives and will probably continue to do so. It would have been better to establish several smaller states in a free trade area. The exculpation, it must be said that we did not then have the examples of the collapse of Yugoslavia and of the Soviet Union before our eyes. This was a man who was the parliamentary private secretary to the Minister of State and the Secretary of State in the colonial office 1952 to 1959. Can you tell us more about what you feel he is trying to do here?
What he's trying to do is to draw our attention to the incompatibility of the various ethnic nationalities you have that make up Nigeria, but more importantly, to draw our attention to the irreducibility of value systems in determining who's wrong with who. It's quite interesting that you use Yugoslavia as an example. The funniest thing that people don't understand about Yugoslavia is that they are all one Slavic people. They are all Slavic people, and you have with Russia and Bulgaria and all the rest of it. They are all Slavic people. They are one people, one race. They are predominantly Muslims. Of course, you have in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the March of Islam into Europe that a few of them became Muslims as family. Some parts of the world are saying already. What I am trying to point out is this. These people who are one race, predominantly one religion, cannot live together in a country called Yugoslavia. How about people who are from Senegal and goodness knows wherever? Not the same language, not the same religion, not the same tradition, not the same culture, absolutely not. How can you make these people become one nation? It's not possible. There is something we talked about before that most Africans don't seem to pay much attention to. We are tribal animals by nature. Africans are tribal by nature. That is why every Christmas, every New festival, every August, we travel back to the Even if you live in Kaduna, somebody will ask you where you're from. You shall commit your because that is where your ancestors come from. In Africa, we come from where our ancestors come from. And
white teenagers can travel to Australia, they're comfortable. They're from Australia. They can travel to New Zealand, they're okay with it. But even if you take us to New Zealand, and we stay there for the million years, if you ask us where we come from, how we come from today, that is something that is unique to Africa, and nobody can take that away from us. And that is something that most people do not understand nor have an appreciation for. That is why in Africa, in everywhere you go to visit, in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in South Africa, everywhere, people still talk about tribes tomorrow morning because we are different. So rather than trying to experiment with us, this sort of very colonial artificial construct, because mind you, all states in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, are all racist constructs. Those that developed or created Nigeria, that created Togo, that created Ghana, they have racism in mind, not your business. And this is what we've been trying to explain to African people. If not, why would we come to Lagos during a revolution, like a big revolution, a protest? And people of Lagos, the people are saying, oh, the people came here to destroy their units. But you are not one Nigeria. These are the things that people need to appreciate. We don't want politics in our life. For the simple reason that we don't want that it looks.
Attention, attention. IPOB, one family. Listen up.
Can you hear me?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. What I'm trying to point out, Simon, is this. Forget about all the one Africa. I'm a pan-African. But we need to start organic. We need to go back to the economy and begin to build the consensus from the grassroots. When the Biafra want to join people who are forming a nation, we look at all the pros and cons, and then reconcile all these things like that. Look at the Britain that today Nigeria that colonized as own like that. Scotland wants to be on their own. Where the people is on their own basis. Northern Ireland will need to be on their own. That is human nature. We cannot take it away from us. The only reason why we have Nigeria together the way it is, and why we have been complaining, and why authors and great commentators like the man we alluded to has been putting in terms on people being able to understand our picture we're saying is because of the way we reason. I say this all the time. A great literary times, I would say, came out the other day to say that he is fed up that his war on his doorstep. He knows very well, as an intellectual, so to speak, that the reason why the war is on his doorstep is because Nigeria is flawed. If you are where to be on their own, you think somebody will go, any cow will go to drink, that's something the cabbage or the carrots, don't happen. These are things that we need to understand. That first and foremost, we are tribal animals because life, as we know, is in Africa. We are attached to the land we come from. That is what we are. Because the white man can be born in England and come to America to settle for life and say he or she is an American, doesn't mean we have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyendu. Now let us now go from the fundamental in the sense that, when people are hearing that we are agitating for Biafra, we want Biafra. Some of them in the West, we say the political elites are not shouting Biafra. That they are only those who are in diaspora, like civilized ones, are the ones shouting for Biafra. And this fact, a lot of people don't know. When you look at it, you find out that 99% of people in Biafra are shouting Biafra. 99% of Biafrans in Nigeria are shouting for Biafra. Only 1%, not even up to 1% of this so-called elite. These are the politicians that have been benefited from Nigeria. Now, I want us to look at how would disintegrated Nigeria favor the region. Before we come into the crisis and the lives that have been lost as a result of trying to keep one Nigeria. Can you tell us
How do you think that a disintegrated Nigeria will favor the Fulani themselves, the Hausa themselves, the Middle Belt, the Oduduwas, the Biafrans, and any other nation that will want to come out of Nigeria? Explain to us. Let us hear.
Before I come on this your fantastic program today, I may present we are just ask yourself, at which point in Nigeria's history they record the highest level of human development? It was when they were on their own, when they were saving. So there is a already made example there for people to reference. It was when this mindset existed that things started to fall apart. So if when you were on your own, the North was doing very well, or the West was doing very well, Papala had the fastest growing economy in the world, and nearly 48% of them. I wonder what this is like in the West. Now, something you have a simple example. When people were, should I say, studying economics, or should I say economics, they are doing very well. Now you are studying one Nigeria. Everything is falling apart to the extent that people are coming from Mali, from Senegal, from China, into Pakistan, and everything. It's a not very common sense. As I said before, that is who we are. Because once allow an element of just an infusion of politician to get the best out of it. Right now, we do not have that. Right now, there is no competition. Right now, this thing about one Nigeria, unity, is starting and creating potential in us, all of us. Yoruba is not doing well. Biafra is not doing well. Middle Belt is not doing well. The North is not doing well. Nobody is doing well. Then ask yourself, all these glorious reference to our past, what period was it? The only period was between 1960 to 1985, and then you have victims. Who can argue with that? So the more you separate, the more you look inward, the more you look at yourself, the more you become self-reliant, the more you know that those days, all the regions that they had embassies abroad. Do you know that? Do you know that Eastern region had their own embassies abroad with their flag? I know one of that. Most people don't know this. And that was the time that Nigeria witnessed a semblance of growth in terms of human development. Now they have a very, should I say, graceful contraption called one Nigeria. And everybody is struggling. Cows are making the lives. If you don't know that going back to economics is the best way forward, then there is something wrong with that person.
Oya, thank you very much. Just because you know everything we do in Biafra, we stand by the truth. We do everything with evidence and fact. Just to back up what you have just said, I told you about 93 pages of application filed to the ICC. Barely 3 years of formation of IPOB, because this was in 2016. Barely 2 years. The foundation of Nigeria were shaken by the formation of IPOB and the activity of the IPOB in Nigeria. So on that ground, this application was filed in 2016 January. So I am bringing it to the screen now for people to see. For those who are asking, this is number one. The application has been filed 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and this is 2021. And there is nothing to show for it. And there is a place I'm going. I'm going somewhere with this statement I'm making now, which we are going to discuss, later on in this program. Now, when you read the introduction here, it says one. This communication is hereby filed to the office of the prosecutor, the OTP of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, pursuant to Article 15 of the Rome Statute. The statement by Professor Goran Skotan and Andrew on behalf of the indigenous people of Biafra, a movement dedicated to self-determination of a former republic of Biafra in southeastern Nigeria, as well as on behalf of 17 individual citizens of Nigeria, victims collectively with the IPOB in petition. 2. The petitioners submit that, based on the information set out herein, there is reason to believe that crimes against humanity within the jurisdiction of the ICC, in particular, murder, unlawful imprisonment, torture, enforcement, disappearance, other inhuman acts, and persecution have been committed in the context of politically and ethnically motivated state violence against primarily IPOB members and the Igbo people of southeastern Nigeria. Due to the absence of domestic criminal proceedings, with respect to those potentially bearing the greatest responsibility for these crimes, in particular, but not limited to Nigeria current President Muhammad Buhari, and that was then, and in the light of the gravity of the act committed. Now, this is 93 pages, 93 good pages. The list can go on and go on. Factual evidences, citations, references, up to 93 good pages. And of course, like we said in the beginning, that you do not want to discuss this thing because a lot have been done and the people are not aware of it. So just to let the public understand, what the IPOB have done all this while, when people go on social media to say IPOB under leadership of Kanu is doing this and they are not doing that, so this is just one evidence of it, that as far back as 2016, you have started taking actions which are necessary, lawful and legal actions against the Nigeria terrorist state. But up to now, nothing is happening. But I'm still going to come back to why I'm showing this thing, because the actions of today is as a result of the failure of the international community to heed to the call of the Biafra people, of which you have done honorably well in that aspect. So this is just a side comment on what you have said before. Now, going to what you just said about how Nigeria, how it will benefit the other region and the components that makes up Nigeria, how it will benefit them when Nigeria is integrated. And you made mention of in what you read that Nigeria of yesterday, that yesterday is better than today. That is very awkward fact. Very, very awkward fact that every president that comes to Nigeria, the last one will always be better than the new one. It's not only in the economic sector and all that. But the second question, or the third question I want to ask you is this. Now, looking at what is happening now, a lot of people don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. A lot of people still believe, of course, they still believe somehow in Nigeria, they believe that the structure, the political structure of Nigeria is the major problem. And we, people following you, have a different view and a different opinion to this. And I think this is where the interest is clashing. Anybody that is shouting for Nigeria today believe that the problem is in the political structure. We are believing that the problem is not about political structure, but rather there is a motivated or there is a premeditated act to take our land and turn it into Islamic State or colonize us. So we are not looking at the aspect of the political structure anymore. It is a struggle for survival of our people. I want you to shed more light on this because, those supporting what Nigeria must have reason. And the reason what we are saying is that they are thinking that the political structure of Nigeria is the problem of Nigeria. So can you tell us more about, that it is not the political structure, rather something they should know about?
Thank you so much. Something they know about that pretend not to know about. Everybody knows about the hegemonic tendencies of the Islamic countries. we are well versed in the, should I call it shenanigans, of those people who are always expanding. There was a lecture that I gave that the Fulanis are the only people that continues to expand. Not expand in terms of population, but in terms of territorial units and supplanting being called as tradition around. When we say this, people say, oh, you're mongering, you're profiling, and it is hate and all the rest of it. And I say it is pure nonsense. Look at the history of the House of King. Those of you that want one Nigeria, look at what is happening today in Kanu for President of the state. Look at the fate of those of them in the Middle Belt. Look at the fate of those of them, our brothers and sisters in those families. Even the caliphate what a state. Many years ago, of 90s. Many years ago, you don't know this. They possibly tried to convert the act of a Ghana to Islam. These things are there now. These people, they are everywhere. If one Nigeria means that our land should be surrendered to people from Senegambia, then death is a better option because it's not going to happen. We are the Biafran people, and within that Biafra it contains a very difficult war, Lord's words. They are very difficult, but they are very, very, very. I don't think anybody is more stubborn than you. I don't think anybody is more determined than you. I do not believe that any race of this earth is more accurate in terms of natural blessing than we are. Anybody thinking that has been the guise of one Nigeria to take the land of our ancestors, not that it's good, them and their peoples, that. And I will tell you one thing. They have tried before, over 300 years ago, to take that very land. They said, Islam did it in the sea, and cross was happened. Islam did it. The only place that Islam wants to see. And when they came for that very jihad, we had no army at all. God Almighty in heaven, all their armies stand. That thing they tried in Kwara State and succeeded. They tried in Lower Dome. All their armies stand. The few that survived I must warn everybody. All of this people are getting or saying, oh, we want one Nigeria. You are setting up yourself to fail. You are as Hausa peasants. Hausa peasants living the kingdom. Go around them, give them land, give them cattle. By the time you are more than things like this, Hausa kingdom is very people and evidence. We have Hausa government, we have Fulani government. Telling you that I'm Hausa government, we are Hausa government. And I keep asking myself, why is it that people don't see it? This is because, that is why we call it the sin. Without a politics, because if you are not this these people asking you for land, asking you for independence, let's say in one Nigeria. What are their ambitions? What will they want to pass? Because they will come from one nationality. From their rebellion in the past, you now want to control them or not. But it's written that behind this thing, we won't take every person. I am I go to the British passport. I know there are good men and women in England. It is a land of conscience. It was English people that left Southampton to come to America to build America, the land of conscience. English people, they traveled on a ship called Mary Rose.
They landed at this place called Uri. Conscientious, honorable, God-fearing people. They were the ones that held slaves to escape from the south to the north. English, that is a big we have land. Blood-sucking kings. Their job is to hold Africa down, to hold the black person down. And how? I mean, they don't want you to tamper with any of their creations in Africa. All these exotic states, all these artificial boundaries they gave us in Africa. No, because that is the beginning of the chain that is holding us down. And they know it. And the question is, who is the Nigerian? And I will ask this. So I ask you now to go and prepare a Nigerian dish for me. What are you going to present? Because if you bring a good dish, somebody on the list will very conscious. They're not going to eat it. If you bring up for a big item, somebody from Kanu will tell you that is not about food. If you bring too much, you should get or whatever they call it. Somebody from the middle of the say that is not one food. Ordinary food that is known for nothing. Is it the way they dress? So I keep asking myself, what is going on? And then I discovered this thing. And you need to desire to corrupt and see those things are the things. People talk about the founding fathers, and people are talking, they say our founding fathers, and I keep asking them, Nigeria, your president, so called, is older than the country. And where else in the world do you have a head of state that is actually older than the country? So only in Africa. Because they came to Africa and they built all these contraptions, and now in our idiocy as black people, we accept it. As I keep asking all the time, can you go to Europe to build a country for them? They will hang you that simple. If you cannot do something that Europeans did in Africa, why are you accepting it? Why do you accept it? The key thing here is the way we reason. That is the problem with the black man. How we reason. People talk about Nigeria as their country, talk about Nigeria as a nation, as Nigeria as a next. Nigeria has no meaning. It's a very nice thing. It means something very different. If I ask you about language, if I go to the language, tell me the meaning of Nigeria, you cannot tell me. But I know the meaning of England. It's the land of the English. I know the meaning of France, or it's the land of the French people. It's only in Africa. And we are after our university, after our so-called leaders, SST, those are the things we are fighting. And those are the things that our dictators are very, very uncomfortable. And that is why today you must pat yourself on the back and every activist for that matter. For the question, at last, all kinds of people. So don't mind them. When they go back into the previous year, they consider what they're saying is right. But outward, due to economic, political, or whatever it can be, they wish to draw the line of this. We are not fighting with anybody. All we are asking them to do is to want to use this line to do. They say something. Why would you believe any job content something? I'm asking, go to the white man's land and tell them to want to make a country in Europe. That way, they will not do a lie. They will find a good money. They say you are not going to be great. They came to our land, whether you remind me, some Yoruba is in Togo, some Yoruba is in Benin Republic. So you're telling me that the Yoruba man who is in Nigeria is more related to a Kennedy man who is in Corona, more than some brother, the other side of Malaki, but to know in Benin Republic. This doesn't matter, do some food, everything. But
white woman. Now we have French Yoruba, those who are in the Republic, and we now have English Yoruba who are in Christian. What type of God is this? And let me give you an example before I conclude on this very point. Simon is this. Do you know that Togo used to belong to Germany before? Togo, they were Germans. After the Second World War, they used Togo to compensate France because Germany lost the war. And these are human beings in Africa for Christ's sake. I can't understand this type of nonsense. I can't understand this. And that is why I say that one of the greatest, that has to form into life in common Africa. We are going to help. How can you have the same people? One part, wait, other part is it? The simple that there is Yoruba at the fact and you're telling me that is Yoruba man inside Nigeria to relate with someone in Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Onyendu. You have explained these things very broadly. The point you have made very clear is that they knew that the problem of Nigeria is not political based on political structure. They know it very well. The problem of Nigeria is that people are conquering our land and they are trying to take our land and convert us into Fulani nation and caliphate. And that will be resisted with everything we have. Now, the next thing I want to talk about or ask you about is, of course, like I said, we are going to get up, this evening. We are going to say things that will provoke up. And on that note, I'm going to bring to the screen the international acceptable, or should I say, declaration of human rights on freedom of expression and freedom of speech. Now, when you look at what is going on in the zoo, they circulated some kind of threat letter to the media in Nigeria, threatening them that you must not mention Fulani. When the Fulani have attacked people, you must not mention them. So I'm going to read just very briefly a couple of these international laws. Like here, you see the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. Now, the same another international covenant on human political rights, Article 19. Everyone shall have right to hold opinion without interference. Everyone shall have the right to freedom of expression. The right shall include freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers, either orally or written, or in print and in form of art, or through any other media of its choice. The exercise of the right provide for a paragraph 3 of this article carries with its special duties and responsibilities. It may therefore be subject to certain restrictions, but this shall only be such as are provided by law and are necessary for respect of rights or reputations of others, of national security or of public order or of public health or morals. Now, in this particular bill, when the state becomes the sponsor of terrorism, of course, there is always exceptional clauses. Now, the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, Article 9, every individual shall have the right to receive information. Every individual shall have the right to express and disseminate his opinion within the law. The resolution 169 on repealing criminal information law in Africa by the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights, 24 December 2010, underlined that criminal defamation laws constitute a serious interference with freedom of expression and impede on the role of the media as a watchdog, media as a watchdog, preventing journalists and media practitioners to practice their profession without fear and in good faith. Automatically is failed in the Zoo Republic of Nigeria, commending state parties to the African Charters parties that do not have or have completely repealed assault and criminal information laws, or on state parties to repeal criminal information. Of course, this is directly talking to Nigeria. Now, while I'm reading this, let us go to the European Convention as well on protection of human rights and fundamental rights. Something is saying everyone has the right of freedom of expression. This right shall include freedom to hold opinions and receive impart information and adherence without interference and all that. Then the American Convention of Human Rights, Article 13, is saying the same thing. I don't need to go further. The Asian Human Rights is saying the same thing. Now, I am not going to ask you a question from this what I have just read now. I am not. It is not to ask you a question, but rather it is about what we are going to discuss from here. Now, looking at the Nigeria state today, you see that when it comes to international law, we have what we call the state-sponsored terrorism. We have state actors, non-state actors. Now you have in Nigeria who have been internationally recognized by different nations, by many nations, as aiding, abetting, and supporting ethnic cleansing, supporting terrorism by their action, inaction, body language, policies, and name them. Now it is lies in the hand of the citizens of this country. When you have a state sponsoring terrorists against the citizen, it lies in the hand of the citizen to rise up and protect themselves. On this note, you set up the Eastern Security Network against the non-state actors. And we know that the state actors are also there, aiding and supporting the non-state actors. When we are talking about non-state actors, we are talking about the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, we are talking about the bandits, we are talking about whatever name you can name them, they are all the same thing. Now, how do we combat the state actors in the presence of what is going on in Nigeria now, that everybody knew that the state actors are very visible in the field? The Army General called T.Y. Danjuma said, Nigeria Army colludes with bandits. You have to rise up, otherwise you will all be killed one by one. You want me to play the video so you can, recall your memory on it? I'm aware of what T.Y. Danjuma said. All right. Exactly. And not only him, almost everybody is advocating for everybody to buy gun. But that's not the point. What I'm trying to say is that when you have in a country where you have a state-sponsored terrorist, how do you now, make sure that your people are safe against the state-sponsored terrorism, like you see in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. In fact, I answered that question before we started. You read out some laws by the US, by the EU, by Africa, all these very fanciful, beautiful words. They are meant for human beings in Europe and in America, in Australia. That is where these things work. It was not designed for animals in Africa, where people do not breathe very well. Where people do not breathe very well. You have a country called Nigeria that domesticated its laws, the rights of people, agriculture of human rights, that gives you, Simon, the rights to educate for your political. It is in the law that you go to the court in Nigeria. A judge will be looking at this convention that is actually a law, domesticated its laws, and he will charge you with terrorism. People don't understand the meaning of that. In a
That's why I'm asking the question. But until you realize that what is correct, their lives.
Before you go further addressing that, you just made a point now about the self-determination. So let me also bring in the self-determination and read it a little bit for people who don't understand. Not for you, of course, but for people who don't understand.
So the most of when you do the surgery, you are doing Christian, but it's in their law. Nigerian law says you can advocate for anything you like. It's very in their law. Please go ahead.
Now, apart from that, Nigeria being signatory to all these international laws, of course, automatically becomes also they are compelled to respect that law. Here you have the right of a people to self-determination is a cardinal principle in modern international law and commonly regarded as a Jacobin rules. Now, these Jacobin rules we are going to go into now to tell you what actually, as you can see it, inventory norms is a fundamental principle of international law that is accepted by the international community of states as a norm from which no derogation is permitted. And when you look at this particular law or treaty, I would say it is binding as such. But the United Nations as authoritative interpretation of the Charter's norm, it states that people, based on respect for the principle of equal rights and fair equity of opportunity, have the right to freely choose their sovereignty and international political status with no interference. Now, everybody knows why United Nations was formed in the first place in 1945. It is to maintain peace. Peace, amongst nation and the states. Now, before going into commenting on this, how do United Nations comes in? It is us that have to now educate them about their own laws. That the reason United Nations was formed is to maintain peace. Now, how do you maintain this peace in Nigeria? In Sahel region in West Africa, considering the status, considering the situation at the moment, what do you think that the United Nations should do to maintain peace in this region? Because that is exactly what they set them up after the World War.
Yes, what they are going to do to maintain peace is to allow people that want to go via their own UN expression or reference to the to allow you to determine where they wish to belong to. We are in a world where we can no longer shackle people to a dogma that is outdated. We live in a world where they can no longer compel people to do something against their will. That is called slavery. I don't know why some people attempt to justify, the clamping down or the demonization of freedom fighters in public. One thing you must bear in mind is there is a grand the issue of France. But in Africa, the person of the the money that the currency is ever conditioned down, the main service and some and they bring it up. France is a country that is not very much supported Biafra. I care about it. The problem in Africa, unfortunately, we have notice that
I remember I went the very interesting information. I went to South and I was remember my kids and how that getting off and everything, that was peaceful and everything. And the man said, you understand? How can somebody come to your family and rape your mother, kill your sister, your friend to you and stand completely? You and you said to him, don't know what it's only people replacing the demonic forces that the world cannot come and say what is happening. If there is no war in Nigeria, UN will not come. If there is no war, CNN will not come. If there is no war, there is no emergency at the House of Commons. Never. At the time in your life, not to say enough. What we are asking for is defined in the law. And the law protects nobody can take for this. Nobody can. It is a fundamental right to advocate for your freedom. It is your fundamental right to do what I do. Nobody can derogate from it. That is international law, which is signed up. But we are doing an in ourselves. Let's not talk. Look at what they are trying. And have a journalist we are in Africa because of one consideration on the other. And I think it's why sometimes I say they say I am promoting white people. No, I'm not. I am just very practical. That is one thing that white people have that we African people. That is why that statue of woman all the time that you like. You don't see a woman talk. On the left hand is the body bag, I don't know, going to her. And the car that is covered the eye. Go and get every law. See, you know what it means that the law is right. So even you as a judge of magistrate, you have to be wrong. You don't look at the what is wrong. You don't consider if there is no law. You don't interpret the law the way we see it. The law says that what I feel is doing is right. But somebody will go to the institution like that and say, no, they are still on the institution. Therefore, what is right for white people? Not for anybody else. After all, the way that Britain is making on Nigeria is because we are allowed it. They are allowed it because people last week. And I must remind you that white people came to Africa. The Portuguese, the Spanish, the French, the British, the Germans, the Belgians, they came to Africa. The conquering army, the European conquering army that took over the whole of Africa, we are not even over Africa. They come into Africa and they use Africans to conquer Africa. It hasn't yet. And these are the things that we are fighting. That is why I keep saying that the best thing that IPOB will do for black people is to change the way they see it. Once you change the way they see it, you will see all the things. Remember what we used to tell our nobody believes us. They mocked us, they ridiculed us, they said, even today, if you watch an old, must be to the Bible. They are making a just simple thing that allow the Fulani to come back. They never wrote something for them. They never interrogated these kinds of this man of the Fulani. And as we are saying this, something about you. Do you know that the Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria is now advocating that the families must have a ministry for arms, a commission for arms. It's a fantasy. And we are all in the moment. The divorce century and the discussing must have. There is no justification whatsoever. We are in the mess we are in today because we are allowed to happen. Any day we rise up and say, no, the world will take that's what we are doing. You ask about this. Why would you get them come? The first rule in nature is it is so common, it is all God's law. People are reading God's law. You which means that people in my person knows about it. You don't have to go to court by yourself. If you come to my mother, you kill my mother, you rape my sister, you go there to the police, and then you go. When I confront you, you tell me you want to do that. You want for me in every step I said. You tell me that. If you're going to do this, is a very simple. You come together, then you want to follow step and still have the country. Why don't you give them money and give them loans? People see this not after all these years, you have this lots of water. After this, no for this now, then I'm so what I give you. First thing I do now, no simple apology today. Whether it's back in the war, I'm in America, I'm from the ground. No apology, yes, I'm some more. We are going to die here. Let them understand that not doing the they can do that. Thank their land and not bring things to die here. So they can listen. I was not going to yes. Back in one and Nubeni and one the Ghana. They the land of Biafra. We will not surrender Biafra ever. No kind of already shot. Not shot for the people. So can bring over the party, the light. They cannot settle the Biafra land. They can settle elsewhere to the Biafra land. DSM has come back without apology to anything. Don't apologize to anything. For the youth thing that was covered. They raped her and got her. This is our mother. So all of us massacred our people because of Christ. The people please stand here. We want to petition the House of Commons. The people has to stand here and understand what happened. Our cases are there. Why not that before? If you ask them, say, no, we don't want my children to break. No, we don't want. But Americans go from this. Canada is the same. It's not correct. On that position, now you're telling me to do something that you did. You make America great for saying that you cannot do. Because you're white and in black. God punishes your kids. God punishes the white and the black. What police? What you did in America to make America great? What you did in Australia to make Australia great? What is right to do? Because I'm a black man. You're telling me you have to give my time. So you want to police from the family. So react to my village. Because I'm a Nigerian. God punishes you. That's why we are backing every of your action and every of your decision. You know, we are going to make sure that we take the decisive measures and action, whether it is going to bring the international community or whether they will still write our story like we are writing their own story. It is something that we have to see. And because of what you just said now, there is, if you permit me, I will play just one video that's very, very important of our brother. That also shed more light on what you just said now, making America great again, or making your people great, and you don't allow us to do our own. You know, that is something that we have to talk about often. You know, you cannot come and tell us not to do anything on our own, but in your own country, you want to do everything and make it the way you want. So let us play this video for our viewers to see. Very, very important. Very, very important. One moment. Yes, are you hearing the audio?
No, I can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it. Oh,
no, I cannot hear it. Maybe you can paraphrase his phone. Perhaps you can tell me what the audio said, or tell me. Listen.
Okay. So the audio is saying that for those who are making commentary on Biafra, it is not, they are not in the position to to tell Biafrans not to talk about Biafra.
Yes.
That especially the issue of the war and the experience and all that they are not in the position to talk or to tell Biafrans not to talk about Biafra. Rather, it is the responsibility of Biafra people, either if they choose to forgive. That it's not, you are not in position as somebody in America, you are not in position, somebody in Europe, you are not in position, somebody elsewhere in Nigeria, you are not in position to come and say, do not talk about Biafra, because you are not at the receiving end. You did not, you did not participate or feel, the pain of Biafra. You are not a victim. So allow the victim of Biafra to talk. If they decide not to talk again, it is them that should decide not to talk about it. Not somebody who did not feel the pain or who did not fall a victim of the killings by the terrorist government of Nigeria to come to say, okay, let us forget about this Biafra, let us try to heal and move forward. That's what the person is trying to say. I think the video I'm gonna post it later on. I'm gonna post the video later on. And then so now let us go to the next question. You know that Nigeria has been killing people, Biafra people, since 1940 something.
Yes.
Since 1940 up till 2021. And if we apart from the over 5 million people that died between 1967 to 1970, after that, every killings that happened in northern Nigeria, the Biafra people has always been targeted. A lot of people are telling us now that, Biafra, you are endangering the life of the people. You are endangering the life of the people. So, and when they are saying this endangering the life of the people, we don't understand. What do they mean by endangering the life of the people when actually the life of every person in Nigeria is already in danger? So can you tell us, how do you explain to them how in danger are the lives of people in Nigeria? Not people talk about Biafra now.
One Nigeria is going to get if you say one Nigeria, the rest of the world, when people die, it's not going to one Nigeria. The next thing, the rest of the Nigeria, or someone gets there, or generally this and opted for the confederation. Do you think Kanu will come again? Is that not common sense? These people, they know the truth, they keep pretending. Let me tell you one example. Those people who come and cannot get my life. You did it. If because of you, the family have the community up to school, that means you in the meeting, with your 2 by 2 of them. They want to pass as well. Because of that, you want to bring them and take it. You are president. What's the question? Let me ask strong. I said I'm one. And the plan is to do take over your land, and that is easy to have this problem now. Problem. They always talk about unity of the country. Unity of the country. What is that? And every atrocity. The message talk about the unity of the country. Because they know that the so-called unity of Nigeria will protect the different anything for Nigeria. That's not it. For 2 months of bullying and agreeing, the confederation came back with it because that will not allow them to do Satan's work. What that is the work of Christ. Those are darkness. Getting all these coming. In the country, we have war. here, before us. There's always something like that. How people are working. You know, when I go to the I get to as I said, I don't sweat. Not to say I used to have something lower than you are not causing them to go. I don't have it enough. Before our eyes. They ask people are doing come to rescue us for the now the same foreigners to walk off to do the back to do agriculture. Now, you know, honestly, I don't know the job that make black people. I will be honest with you. I don't know everything. I not possible. Who has no it's not that before our eyes, we didn't come to kind of the 2,000 dollars with open dollars. People today, or they are certain they need that man, the what is that? So that means that that is the opportunity is about what the country are doing. It means you want and to set and handle the whole one. Anybody passing for one Nigeria to expect to this. And to the way of life of our people. There is a reason why when you're going to buy a bottle of phosphate to pour like this on the ground of glass. That was simply why when Joseph died, they dug his body from his bones and took him back to the land of his father. That is no hope. Nobody can take our land. Anybody can mind what you say, not your gender man. There's no living in the Lord's way. I knew that when this problem started, they would say, oh, and you have people saying that nobody carries them away. Why is that? I know they will come back. That's the answer. Because you're living in Babylon. I should go back to of family to go around. They come from the south. They sit in the same from 1945 they have been. I remember when George Bush went to 2005 and bombed Al Qaeda in bombed when somebody they kill us. Have you all asked them? He said, are we that people that can work for the people? During the election before the night, they destroyed police station. After
this is a very strong one, and I think every Biafran agitators, including media and those rising national media, should take this up. It's a very strong one. Those who say we are endangering their life or life of the people in northern Nigeria, the people supporting one Nigeria are endangering our own life. I think this should be the message from now on, so that because a lot of people never understood, from this perspective you are coming from now. Because when you continue to push for one Nigeria, you continue to endanger the life of others, especially those who do not want to be part of Nigeria, and those people who do not want to be part of Nigeria are much in number than those who want to stay in Nigeria, which is just 1% of people, not up to 1%. So this message should be spread. We have to continue. Now, another thing is that when you listen to the Inspector General of Police, he just mentioned about the EFCC, the Fulani, and nobody is talking about it. When you look at the Inspector General of Police, declaring what they call a puff, whatever, they have all these five names they give to the operation and all that. He came to declare one operation of puff, or what he called it, that they are going to, deploy people to northern Nigeria where the trouble zone and all that. And you know that the people going there are our own south. And you know that he have just 3 months left. And in these 3 months, we know that this 3 months is going to be the most deadliest 3 months in Nigeria. Now they are sending our men and women to the northern part of Nigeria where Boko Haram and bandits are rampant. And the idea is to go and slaughter them there. Because the thing that the military could not do is not somebody that went to police training that will go and quench the fire. Now, what do you have, even though we have been advising our people to quit? I don't know whether you have watched that video. One thing the man mentioned in that video that interests me, and I apologize to our viewers because this thing is not allowing me to play even anything. I've tried to play videos, it's not working. So, the thing this IG of police mentioned is that after making a speech, he said something in Arabic or in Hausa language or something, like Allah, something. So I don't know what he said, but that thing he said interests me. I do not know why he's addressing Nigerians in the English language. He ended up concluding it Hausa and Arabic prayer, mentioning Allah. First of all, a lot of people will not pay attention to that, but it means a lot. As a state person, in a public office, addressing people, agencies who are supposed to be serving in the secular state, it is not just a sacrilege, but something that should worry everybody. That a police IG addressing the police, all of a sudden, at the end of the speech, he ended up speaking Arabic and mentioning Allah. Even the president, even though the one parading himself as a president, cannot do it. Because it is completely against the constitution of Nigeria, if there is anything like that. So what do you have to advise our people? You don't know we have that.
They don't give a damn because Nigeria belongs to the level of the belongs to them. Are you telling me that BBC has a super can't BBC on Fulani Filament bring down all the country? They know what's happening. They know Nigeria. Everybody, you don't know that Nigeria belongs to the Fulani. You can't them, they know. Don't think that it's worrying how the house of the and people after all these years have not grown any common sense to understand that Nigeria belongs to them. They can do whatever they like. You've not seen them perform in Israel. In Hausa language, in their own native tongue. You have not seen the motto of the Nigerian army raising the same banner that Scotland have put you on this war. You don't know that. You have not seen a rally from the Nigerian army. I'm not surprised that we're now seeing a rally. I think the government will go there and you can get some money from Saudi Arabia and Arabic and second language. People don't know the names that people don't know the names that you remember that some of these people that the boys they said they are warm on gas, we have very good people and I'm the number one listener. All these names the same words that these people they brought war across the good news. They want to BBC to make sure that regardless of how horrible that is why they can do that. What are going to do with this? They decide, after all, everybody in every major position is a it's Muslim, it's Fulani. They close all the 7 points in our land and they get one point. They close 6 people, so when you happen to want to say, oh, remember, we don't to our support from Lagos to Warren. That one place. That's the line. And Not even you're intellectualizing this whole discourse. They won't understand this. In a country, seven, Gone, one or eight, Calabar, Warren, there is one again. And remember that place, I don't know where it is, like the toxic waste when I was in secondary school. So people go to the Asako school and come to them. That's not the place. You cannot see one now. Those things and it's congested. You come in the issue, waiting for his turn for her turn, but the issue is my husband for the other system. The black one. What is the who is the head of Congo? They are retired military colonel. They don't get Congo that's the back by law. You don't pull on have to make everybody off. Everybody straight. I don't know. I think it's how you do what this that whoever is advising the full administration because they know us very well. They know we are black. They know nobody is going to help. Let's see what you do. You can do whatever you like. All they care about is make sure that somebody comes to their hands. There is the work of politicians. Until we rise up and say, enough is enough. It's over. So you're worried about the when the enemies are up. I don't know, it's not that the other that is the next worry. It's unfortunate that people do not see this. I have been as I mentioned the other day, talking about my wife is from my baby mother is from the senior brother is from Kanu. Because of that, that's happened. People feel as if they injected them in their assistance. Haven't you seen the Nigerian sister, Chimamanda, because if you give pardon me, the rest of the inside you will be today, we are what we are saying is correct. You may not like it because I am saying this. You may not like it because some of the because family writers are writing about it. You may not like it because the person is saying, I need to live with you. You find it. And I'm wrong. You know your grammar. And all that. What are they doing? They will take your land. They will take it. And this is the purpose of politics. So, I feel sorry for the animals. So, not for
Thank you very much. Are you there?
I'm here. I can hear you very well.
Right. Very good. So, like the these people, the attack is still going on, and it has happening with the devil.
We have over 10,000, 9,000 working out. We have 2,000. That's what it is. Not
yes, they are very big unbalance, but we have to continue. Now, when you look at some of the international laws on state code, like you mentioned about that UN have all these laws and all that. Of course, they are not paying attention. So I just want to read some of the things that is simply to simplify the actions of the United Nations that must help the international law of state code. And those things that shape the international law of state code. For example, Biafra state, if at a point as this is going down, Biafra declared state is this. There are the resolution passed by the General Assembly, the decision of the International Court of Justice, the law recording codification effort of the International Law Commission, and the decision by the member to enter treaty recognized or not recognized purported state. Now, there are, in addition to this, there are three traditional criteria that could make people, indigenous people, to be regarded or to have a statehood. Because all these things I'm saying now is something that Biafra overqualified. Like Biafra people overqualified. Now, the three traditional criteria is population, territory, and government. And then in defining or giving more meaning to all this, the three most basic and least controversial criteria of statehood come from Article 1. Article 1 of the Montevideo Convention of 1933. Now, although the treaty itself has never been officially adopted outside of the Americas, of course, we know what when it comes to international politics and international laws, Article 1 remains highly influential and is generally considered a reflection of most fundamental criteria of statehood. Talking about Biafra now, what is going on, who knows anytime this year, who knows anytime next year, who knows anytime before 2023, if something happened that maybe an election in Nigeria begin to declare its statehood. Just popularity. Now, in population, the first fundamental criterion is a permanent population. Simply put, the population of a potential state cannot be entirely composed of nomads or travelers based elsewhere. And now we are talking about the Fulanis. So you cannot, the Fulani cannot have a statehood because they fall under nomads. And or they are regarded as travelers or they're based elsewhere. They cannot be regarded as population. And that is happening in Nigeria. This is in law. That is happening in Nigeria. Fulani is declaring Nigeria where other people understood what international law says and chased them away. They come to Nigeria where Gari and the Apple and the Ewedu and the Rusi has declared the sense of reasoning of the people who call themselves politicians. And they cannot know their left and right. And now Fulani has come to understand that the people that are in the front line of politics from the southern Nigeria are all Fulani. And they are using that woundedness against every other Nigeria, which goes to what you have said, that these people are endangering your life and the life of other people while they continue to remain in Nigeria and command control. Now, that is for population. Number two, in territory. The second is defined territory. The borders do not need to be fully defined or undisputed. There just needs to be an identifiable location. And this is where I give it to you and I doff my cap because a lot of people have come to attack you about bring your map. Bring your map. In international law, like I said, the Montevideo Convention, anybody can go and check it out. You have what is defined as territory. You don't need to have a map, before as you are agitating for your freedom, you do not need to present your map to anybody. At the point where we are now, the question shouldn't be where is your map. So some people are actually misleading a lot of people into putting more effort and emphasis on what is mapped. But rather, the law says there just needs to be an identifiable location. And you have done this in several of your broadcasts, mentioning where you think Biafra should start from and where it should end. That's exactly in conformity with what this law says. Then another thing is, number three is government. I'm not asking you a question, I'm just backing up with what you said. The third is an effective independent government with the capacity to enter into relation with other states. This is the trickiest of the three elaborated. Of course, this you have also done very perfectly and excellently well. For those who are looking for what is, how the Biafra government is going to be and all that, you have actually set an example, you have actually set a case, and actually formed two parts in this Montevideo Convention but essentially require states to have structured, legally independent administration that control at least some of its claimed territory and population. Some additional points to note are: a state does not have to have actual diplomatic relations. It could be under diplomatic boycott. It just needs to have capacity to have them. I believe, with what is going on now in Nigeria, we are going to come to this point of this Montevideo Convention. It may be invoked as time goes on because, when you otherwise just abide them. So, and I believe that other parts of Nigeria will also, without even knowing it, adopt this Montevideo Convention. Now, having said this, the Nigeria we see today, and the way the federal government of the Nigeria are backing terrorists openly, without even hiding it. They are backing the terrorists openly, supporting them, romancing with them, having meeting with them, and not only that they are supporting them, the Sultan of Sokoto, who they regard as the traditional ruler of Nigeria, he is the chairman of board of trustee of Mayete Allah. Mayete Allah has come publicly to take responsibility of the terrorist attack against southern Nigeria. Now, in addition to this, the person that is parading himself as a president in Nigeria is a board member of this terrorist group that have been ranked number 4 deadliest terrorist group in the world. People are not paying attention to this. And when they are killing people, the Minister of Information, who happened to fall into the territory that was conquered in a Kwara state, now come to say, we are not going to treat terrorists the same way we will treat those who want to get their freedom from Nigeria. That is the most absurd thing I have ever had in my life. I know you have addressed this particular comment coming from the liar Mohammed, from Kwara State. But please, can you, in a different, from a different perspective, can you tell us how would somebody who say he's a Nigerian, especially from the eastern part of Nigeria, and you call yourself a politician, you go to Abuja, you call yourself a governor, you go to Abuja, you call yourself a House of Assembly member, you go to your state and all this, and then you hear somebody saying that those who has made you not to travel by road to Abuja, those who made you not to travel by road to Enugu, those who made you not to travel by road to Wele, with all your fine vehicles and all your cars, they are not to be proscribed. Rather, the people who say you should have your freedom are being proscribed. In Nigeria, where you actually have state judiciaries, that you can actually go and approach the state judiciary and order them to give prescribed IPO. For the statement coming from that Minister of Information requires opposite reaction. Now, what do you have to tell our people who think this way, that after that statement, nobody has actually come out to say anything? At least I have not read. I have not read anybody.
They will not come because they will come. We are all slaves of that country. Not for saying that we do not have, but the rest of it. And I want to thank you very much for the examples and for the depth of your research in terms of the 130 days convention. The reason why I never responded to hard things was intellectuals that keep talking about this now. They don't know it. I am a student of contemporary politics. I actually read politics at university in London. So when I hear some fools who are not talk about all these things that are about their station, I feel sorry for all of the indices. But I think the last one that is important. The United States of America, where I am today, went ahead not to recognize Kosovo as an independent nation. And today, Kosovo stands as an independent nation. It is your willpower, your determination to fight for what you believe in. Had our war gone on for 6 more months, at the time it ended in January of 1970, we would have been a free nation because the world was waiting to see how it was happening. Yeah. The reason why sometimes our people tend to not to understand the dynamics of international politics because they are not well read, they are not well traveled. When we say it, they say we are Arab, no, we're not being Arab. It's just that we happen to be, and we know what we are doing, we know what we are talking about, we know what we're pursuing, and we know how to get it. We haven't taken into consideration all the mitigating factors against the emergence of Biafra. Our approach has therefore to be unorthodox. If you adopt the orthodox approach to state creation, you are bound to do it. They will ask you, oh, but you already have democracy. Why don't you go to your senators and go to, you know, that's, I come to the checkpoint. We have a Janja which is waiting for you to come. Once you come there, it's already wrong. That is called Nigeria. There is something that our people will need to understand. How many people are there in which this time? There are about 100,000 people or less. And Liechtenstein is a separate nation state. Nobody is complaining. Nobody is saying that they are too small, they cannot participate in what is happening. But our people need to understand this and understand it very well. That our march towards is multifaceted. The approach we adopt is multifaceted. The approach is from different angles and dimensions to deliver one result, which is free. And since the war has come and basically they wash their hands of Africa to say, do whatever you can to survive. We are going to do what we can to make sure that we survive. If I understand our situation very, very clearly, is that our people need to remain very, very strong and resilient. Very strong and resilient. The wise man, I've always used the language of one mental strength and resilience. When they were trying to go to the rockets in the world, the scientists have NASA. Most people died in the process of trying to place them in orbit. But they didn't stop. They were not deterred. They continued. We have to have superstition, practical, and that is what we have done. We understand all the internal dynamics of how it should function in the case of Nigeria. But one thing our enemy did was to underestimate, which is a very good thing. They don't look for what you are. I love the way they underestimated our resolve, our resilience, our determination, our intellect, our knowledge, our know-how, and not. That is why we are where we are. If you're thinking of hoping that one day you will wake up and things will be better in Nigeria, then you're the ones who will allow. Things can never be better. They have structured the system in such a way that if you were having 12 hours of electricity last year, this year you only get about 6. Despite all the so-called investments, despite all the money they have pumped into each and every supposed viable sector that is not viable. When I talk about the issues concerning Nigeria as a whole, what I'm doing now is to approach your question from a very positive perspective. When you look at the issue of Nigeria and how to place it, you don't need to look any further than the only thing that they produce naturally without any sort of effort, good oil and gas. Even that good oil and gas cannot supply to petrol despite the presence of 4 state-of-the-art refineries. Instead, they gave license to Fulani man to own special refinery. That means that all of us are still enjoying without nothing. Until we wake up one morning to say that the best way we can defeat this book is by the East and West the Yoruba and the Igbo, so to speak. Biafra must vote in order to defeat this, because Fulani people, they have one thing that we do not have. They have a godfather who is a member, who is one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. UK will never vote. They will respect you, but they will never vote. The only people that are Fulani. So Fulani has an advantage already. Therefore, the only way for us to counter is through our resilience, our stubbornness, our determination, our never say die attitude, and our ability to work with our closest neighbors in this case to do what? To stand strong and to say, if we allow what is happening today to continue to happen, I'm afraid we'll be having discussions and what we'll be saying is the number of people who have been killed, where the burials are taking place, because only us talk about it. No major media in the world. You don't have $30 billion. That's what the Fulani said. Over $30 billion to lobby to make sure that CNN doesn't do anything about your life. To make sure that the BBC doesn't. And on top of this $30 billion, just is their own DLC that we were lobbying on their weapons. And on top of that, our work is not helpful. But I think very without protection, that we are going to find on something better. Because the God we serve is the Almighty God in heaven and not man. And if this world shall to come soon, it has gone at 40 ages, then we are first.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nnamdi. A lot of people are saying that my question is too long, and they don't know that most of the things are just, backing up what you have said already with evidence, with the international law.
I like what you wanted to do. Convention. Anybody that has to be on a roadmap should make a different view of what they are doing on convention. I think that is the example.
Exactly. Some of them call themselves lawyers and all that, deceiving people everywhere. Anyway, now the next thing I want to ask you is that when you look at the ESN, the Eastern Security Network, a lot of people are saying that, oh, now you have 4 militant. Now after this, now the militant is going to talk this and talk that. Of course, I want you to explain this in a different perspective, from a different perspective. Looking at the difference, what we have in the ESN is completely different from anything you can see from anywhere in Africa.
Yes,
it's completely
different. It's not taken over by the front end. That's right.
Exactly.
If you have for Fulani to get land in the field, they must have an entity. They must have an entity or PG that will show them the land or sign contract with them. Or in most cases, you have the political errand board in Abuja, probably making his master very happy. Some of these people have forgot their sponsorship in one hotel or the other over the after looking at hatches. One of these people will bring them back into your opinion. And those people are also our people. So we are not only possible, but also so that they understand that what they are doing is dishonorable and cannot be condoned. That's exactly what we do. And we cannot go outside that principle. Never, ever, ever. But if you connect with the police, connect with the army to attack any community of PSN or any IPO member on that, the world of faith then you are inviting our wrongs upon your head because we will not forgive nor forget. It's as simple as if you put up a poster to say no breaking and bring it down, you're not people are going about putting up posters and attacking the as people approach. Because what I understand that some people were father to drive planning that we see the war. You understand all of that. They get the not. But what we are saying is that once the essence is to protect our land, it is not there to do anything else. That is why we are not in the council. We are not doing it for the war. But where our lands are present here, then we are here to protect the lands of our people and to make sure that Biafra is restored. Nothing more, nothing less. We are not going to use that mentality and senseless it's not going to happen. Because we are also, and not mind you, all of these people, they have sworn to defend Biafra. That is what they are there for. It's not going to change.
Now, Madike, looking at what is going on in Nigeria now, we know that the government of Nigeria is accomplice in this whole jihad attack, in this whole terrorist attack. They are accomplice. Now, what assurance will you give the people of Biafra who have become helpless, if not for the emergence of IPOB, if not for the emergence of the ESL just last year? You can imagine what could be happening now if we are experiencing what people are experiencing in Yoruba land, where the Fulani, they gave Fulani ultimatum, and then after the ultimatum, the Fulani come to say they own the forest in Yoruba land. Now, what assurance are you giving our people of Biafra that any attack coming from Fulani will be resisted and won?
They should know that because we know that the Nigerian state is an accomplished what is going on because there is no president. Nigeria has no president. Everybody knows that. Even before we know that. That is why Grandma can come out and say that anything I say or domination of faith, you should regard it as the president wants to. In the height of this slaughter, this the person who says the president not going to come, the first lady is not going to come. Because I think she did my price and went to the young man in the bar where they're having fun. Who knows? I think she's over 15 and the pregnant again or not. Having fun. If not, by the next 9 months, the other time she has to come there to bouncing baby boy. But she's having fun in the bar. Wearing Buhari masks, sitting with people, those are them. Where is your person? I'm saying this in line with your. I want people to understand that not only is the government of the Janjaweed government completely in what is in the terrorism, they have brought in terrorism. So, deliberately, not by a few individuals, not like my consider, the government themselves, after all, brought in terrorism. That is actually first. That is. I feel sorry for nothing. Let me tell you one thing. What is happening with the man? They don't know. Britain must have told them that this is what not listening. Don't try them anyhow. And as I've said, they want to complete the force of terrorists and then come against us with the might of their army. That is the reason why we looking for them. That is why a whole people left their job to be advertising. Yeah, you can get application for joining the army. What other I think that is the few thousand. What other thing do you say that Britain is the world that wants to show? BBC advertising that you can get funds to join the army, but they don't. They want to do something to find. Let me tell you, they do not have the population to fight for the other person. People who are in the they cannot because they know that. Now they're asking for people to join the army. That army is so populated by Janjaweed terrorists. They will try also. They came to all of our camps and villages. They went to stopping no one stopping them. They are cowards. They say, come down on the ground. You know where we are. forest. Come and meet me. So we can give you the potency of this year. So you can die. How did this end the country? What is happening in the balance is not happening. It cannot happen. Britain killed and Nnamdi. Now we manufacture what we need. So how can are you waiting for us? Waiting for telling the world, don't tell answer them like before. They don't just no, of course not. So what we manufacture. If you want to know how effectively ask this you and they won't say they understand. Very soon we will speak to you inside the room. I'm not coming to that yet. But they keep pushing us. Very soon. I told them before, for one inside government you have to go to Rama, the problem and come, people go. We are getting there. And what I'm saying, I think open because we have written to them, we have complained to them, we have petitioned them. Everybody, are you telling me the world doesn't know that Fulani brought terrorism? Are you telling me that the CIA doesn't know? Are you telling me that the Biafra doesn't know? Are you telling me that MI5 doesn't know? That it was the fact brought terrorism? Is that what you're telling me? Are you telling me that they don't know what is going on? They know that their constitution is going. They cannot be given an example. When you want to ransom from the USA to complain about Nigeria and what is happening there, how the person, and here I think they are here. That's happening. They'll pick up the phone and they will come. And say, remember, President Trump said it, that he spent something ridiculous money on nothing. What he meant is that they're making that money of Africans steal. He said it. When he spent that making so much out of one steal. In the world that Fulani wants to take over Nigeria, they know that very well. They know about all the massive. Our Jazeera, that was in 2016 and after. I said, National High School, people were being shot. In fact, they took that one from Addis after 18. Look at people being shot there by army and police at National High School, nothing happened. And because nothing happened, that's in fact, the dressing position. Before our eyes, the war saw the degree of how we believe that firing as had something happened in China, you could hear that all America would fight the German massacre. What happened to the China was worse than what happened in German massacre in Beijing. Not one single Israel yet war on carried because we can ask them out. That left them liberties to go to our back. National has to go to war. And you know how life is. Once they are killing other people and you're quiet, and you go media what they are supporting them. Our army, our boys, our today they are supporting. That is the say what goes around comes around. If you support people today, people will consume you like them are your friends. This is what your sponsor. This from one Nigeria will continue the system of one Nigeria, one Nigeria. You are against this. Then answer to your question. If they come to our land, they will kill them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. You know, Onyendo, when you are saying British, you know, this British, a lot of people don't understand why you are always hammering on British. On this note, let me make it very public. Of course, this is not also a question for those who think that the question is going to be long. This is not a question, but you can make comment after this. Let me make it a public that in 2015, December 3rd, 2015, a motion was filed at the British Parliament for the independence of Biafra. Of course, a lot of people don't know about it.
They don't know about that. They want to see money.
Now, the text of this motion reads that this House recognizes the call for the independence of the territory that constituted the Biafran Republic, acknowledges that Biafran issue could be improved with the cooperation of the Nigerian government by offering a referendum, and urges the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to use its diplomatic strength to assist in the resolution of this matter.
I'm aware of it. I am aware of it. No, I don't know you were asking about it. I wanted to bring it up much later.
Okay.
In this our struggle for Biafra, but since you mentioned it, I'm coming. Remember what I told you before? That in England, in Britain, it was Britain that was at the forefront of slavery. And yet it was Britain, through their courts, that banned, or should I say, that was slavery. So it is my hope and prayer that one day good people will rise up again in British politics to recognize that freedom for Biafra is also freedom for Britain. I give my very simple example. What is the volume of your trade with the USA or with Japan, for instance? If you give, right now, Britain is problem because they are pleading Joe Biden to give them favorable status in terms of trade negotiation and the rest. If you ask an average politician, a developed America than with the primitive regime, regardless of the fact that I get to oil and gas. The same can say for Britain. Having a British Biafra that is economically viable is your gateway. That thing you always wanted in Africa is only Biafra. Because the economic strength of Biafra will allow all your companies that invested in Biafra land to be able to expand its production. I will give you a very simple, one very tiny example. Do you think that people should not balance diet? The answer is no, because there is no milk. The milk these are condensed milk, these are processed milk, not fresh milk. That is one thing that student behavior cannot do. They can have viable animal husbandry industry that provides fresh milk. Look at all the products that require milk. Why do you think the Nigeria cannot produce chocolate? Because they are not milk. But the cocoa is in the economy. And part of it has a event. I just want to give you a very simple example. Very simple. Look at the world market for chocolate, especially during Valentine's, during whatever. We can make chocolate in our country with the milk that we employing people, meaning exporting all that food. So Britain should, they have this problem. The problem is that they need somebody to support. They need somebody to do it. They call him Lord Lugard. And they brought Bible with them. In the same Bible that you also have laws. Justification. And the most cases, God Almighty. And you look at this baby, and they call him Lord. So that means it's not God now, or it's better than source. You respect him. You see how that's foolish. They don't know when you call somebody a Lord, there is temporal and there is spiritual. God is spiritual law. Those in the house of God are temporal. But you know, they have to go to school to understand all the things. And it's not our fault that we get. That is where we get. It's not our it's how we
Thank you very much. And that reminds me, when some people call Lord Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of people get upset. Yes.
Because that God is a white man, and the country is a black man. How can they come from Africa? No. When they are white.
I'm sorry about this. Yes. And yes. Now, when you look at from what what you have just said now, you explained something very, very important, and that reminds me, when you look at what is going on globally, you find out that people of the southern Nigeria, and then we bring it down to Biafra people, like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala today, you see that she's being celebrated, and a lot of people are doing things all over the world. Now, I want you to tell us, how would Biafra, if Biafra become a nation today, how would these people, the experiences, from what you have gathered, from the information you have all over the world, when you have traveled to where Biafrans are doing great, how do you think that Biafra will do things differently from Nigeria? Not just from Nigeria, but from other countries of the world. Are we going to, are you assuring people that Biafra will harness all the experiences of Biafrans scattered all over the world? And that, how do you intend doing that?
Then actually contaminate what we have, because in Biafra land, as I told you before, what we are using to defend our land, we manufacture ourselves in Biafra. And those people, some of them didn't go to school. In Biafra land, economists are born, engineers are born from your mother's womb, because we are a blessed man. From your mother's womb, you can perform miracles and wonders. Have you not seen people building power plants? You little children building toys, remotely controlled. Have you not seen them doing marketing well and doing wonderful? Are we not the ones that manufacture the first indigenous car in Africa? We don't even need to go. Those are going to be ready to come back from because we have it in abundance. It's all about acceptance and the potentials of these people are willing to go forward. We are not going to suffer one other black who suffer from the happy. If you are better than me, I'm doing something on this. I will step down and tell you because you are better than I. That is the mentality we're going to bring to the African. Everybody will be promoted. But those who are extra. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to say, oh, because only a become my child is not as your own. Because of that, if your child wants to grind, it has to be my own. God knows. We are going to celebrate excellence. We are going to reward those that serve it. Not nice, not sensitive, not criminal, vandals, and above all, there are no police carrying guns, so you can take it. People don't understand this. In Biafra land, you can live your life unless we are at war. You cannot be a soldier on the street. So you can think of because over we can come attack. They have dealt. So we are going to do enough company. Britain knows this. Britain, they know this. They don't want Biafra to come because they know that Biafra will put every other person in shade. That's what they don't want. If not, give us Biafra. Give it to us. Okay, say it to us. Give us Biafra for 5 years. If it's not viable, we go back to Nigeria. They know what we can do. That's what I want to do. We have abundance of time. Is this going to be done?
No.
Then that answer. We don't need them. We welcome those my side. No problem. Some of them said they said the Biafra will come to them. Some of them will leave their things here and follow me and go back. They will come. You are going to accommodate them. But because you speak English in a particular way, it doesn't mean them. We have seen all these nonsense. Those that squat Nigeria, they are those who think of them ground. Those speaking too much ground. They don't want to do life. So they can come, we can accommodate them. But in Biafra land, we need to do everything.
Thank you very much. And I know that you are very, very tired, because they are, first of all, the attack on this whole thing before we start almost threw me off balance. I never expected it, honestly. But thank God we managed to have come this far. One thing I'm going to ask you, I think it's going to be the last question. before I will allow you to rest, because you have been on this journey for a very long time and every day on the phone and all that. So I'm going to ask you one last question. The question is this: if from what I've just read now about the motion for Biafra independence at the UK Parliament,
Yes.
the wording is that the Office of the Commonwealth must make sure they use their diplomatic power ties to compel, but they did not use the word compel, but to compel Nigerian government to organize referendum for a possible freedom of Biafra. And this is exactly what we are all asking. Now, if this did not happen, are you ready to lead us to do anything to get freedom of Biafra? Yes, I'm going to be number one to follow you.
Yes. Is it going to live like this, like a bunch of animals forever? Of course not. Of course not. That will have come. And I will come. And I'll bring heaven. You understand it? You better keep Biafra. If they do not keep Biafra, so I am making it very clear that people will understand what I'm saying. Very clear. So that by the time that we are gone, the history they will remember this. We have not come for this. You're not going to do it. There is no doubt. Forget about all these drama. That's what give us the reason. As if every is right in keeping with the fact that in England have people that have soul. If you have a revenue very active, say, you see for when one idea out of them. But that's not the case. And nothing. You know where we are. You think now we are going to drop our guns now? So no way to drop it now.
No way.
You must reduce. And that is going to happen. They understand it. Or else we give them here. And they don't. If Boko Haram put a bunch of people and go to school and give the outside, they're matching people who are educated and all of that. But as you know, with them, their ears will be blocked and they bring their intent and they will think, oh, we have an amazing. We have God to be also have a next of God and then we can preserve. But you heard the story soon as well. We're not going back. We have come to die. Thank you very much for having us, Simon. And continue to work. And don't allow Satan to don't.
Never. Thank you very much, Ohamadike. DK Anagogunanya. Greetings from people from Canada. Greetings from people from Australia. Greetings from people from almost all European countries. As I am talking with you, you will notice that my face has been on the, I'm already. These people are sending messages. Everybody from different parts of the world telling me to greet you. But, particularly people from Canada are asking, when are you coming to Canada?
Let them find out for COVID is
okay, they're listening to you. Thank you very much, our leader. And those of us who are in the media, we are promising that we are not going to fail the Biafra people. We will work tirelessly until Biafra comes. We will follow you. Any decision you make on Biafra, we are going to follow. Because we are not the one who advised you until we joined. So any decision you feel that you make for Biafra, we are going to follow because we know it is going to yield fruit and it's going to lead us somewhere. We have come a long way, no going back. Nobody is going to die. Nobody is going to die. We will all see Biafra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy yourself. Have a very nice week and see you again.
think it's very first time in 5 years.
Wow.
I'm calling that, not one that some of them don't want to come back home. They are living in the country. Some of them are very, might not be one of them, but I'm probably not that they're not come out to live in that country. Even more than the US. Thank you very much.
Exactly. What do we have minus 25 degrees here.
I'm telling you. Yes, minus 25. I think the temperature here is minus. I was minus 10 earlier today. Now, only 0. Come on. Now, it is.
Thank you. And this is the beginning. This is the beginning of annual of our.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for being part of this program. As you can see, we were under very heavy attack. As I'm talking to you now, I cannot even play any video on this my wonderful gadget that has actually turned to Buhari system. So thank you all for being part of this program. We're going to go now, but by tomorrow we are going to start our normal broadcast where we may be touching some of the issues we discussed today, and I'm going to be bringing all the evidences that some of the things we have talked. I'm going to bring them to you to see, because now I cannot even show anything on the screen. Everything is frozen. Everything is frozen. Everything is completely frozen. So tomorrow I'm going to bring the evidences, and we are going to talk more on this. This is the beginning. Remember, we are going to our destination, which is Biafra. Look back. The game had just begun. God bless Biafra. God bless Ojibwa. God bless Middle Belt. May God bless RFI. They are going to accept my prayer. God bless IPB worldwide. God bless Nnamdi Kanu. May God bless all the people that are agitating for Biafra. May God bless our Ojibwa brothers. May God bless Sunday Igboho who have taken it upon himself to liberate Yoruba people. May God bless anybody coming out from the Yoruba land to support the struggle. God bless you who have always watched, share our videos to make sure that people are liberated and the Biafra struggle is going very, very far. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
silence of the night, we still call your name. Through the storm and the struggle, we carry your flame. Though the walls may be high and the chains may be strong, your voice echoes louder every freedom song. Oh, we remember your courage, we remember your stand. For the people, for the future, for the promised land. Even when you're not here, your spirit still leads. In the hearts of the people, in our words and deeds. Oh, we don't go tired, we don't go fall. Through the fire, we stand tall. We know he will be free. Oh yeah, in our hearts, in our dreams, we believe. Simon Ekpa, we call your name. Born for the struggle, born for the flame. We know he will be free. One day, through the night, we go see better day. We miss your voice, your guiding light. But your spirit keeps the fire burning bright. From the streets to the villages, the message go round. Every voice, every soul in a freedom sound. No prison can silence what the truth has begun. Like the rising of the moon and the shining of the sun. Hey, they can try to hold you down, but they don't understand. This is bigger than a man, it's the cry of a lion. From the learners to the youth, everybody go. Freedom is a seed and it's already grown. Oh, we go rise again. We go fair. Through the pain, your voice we hear. We know he will be free. Oh yeah. In our hearts, in our dreams, we believe. Simon Ekpa, we call your name. Born for the struggle, born for the flame. We know he will be free. One day, through the night, we go see better day. We miss your voice, your guidance.